I might just switch the music up a little bit as we get into this. Tonight we getting into that chakra energy. So I got my yellow on. Y'all might can't see it as yellow. As I get my volumes and vocals okay. Make sure everything's all right. Okay, we got that popping. It's time to break through the glass ceiling. We get this vibe feeling real good with this. I think I want drums. I want drums. Let's do drums. You want drums? Get rid of that. I don't want that. And there we go. We're going to get real drummy in this one. As we are letting it, I'm going to let it fill up a little bit. We got, breaking the glass ceiling. All yellow everything. Breaking the glass ceiling. Allowing ourselves to move forward. Remember, I've been talking about that asset mentality, that LLC mentality, the asset mentality. Asset mentality, that asset, becoming that asset, becoming that valuable player to yourself, being open, being fully open to yourself. What I've learned is in being open to ourselves, there's this all yellow everything in here. Lemon. Just know, we going into our power. We tapping into our power tonight. So I tapped into the power. So I tapped into that yellow. I don't know why I feel like Wiz Khalifa. I feel like doing some Wiz Khalifa like shit. But the key to becoming open, breaking through the ceiling, becoming that asset. We're gonna get into that tonight. Becoming that asset, becoming that understanding what being an asset is, understanding what true openness, be us becoming truly open. There's a lot of fears behind that, like being open, being vulnerable. If I become too vulnerable, then everybody know. Like, we're gonna be getting into transparency, destroying those fail-safes, the fail-safes that we've said, understanding those through those emotional wounds, understanding how to transpire through that aspect, the difference between emotional attachment and our spiritual stamina, and a lot of other pieces to the puzzle that we're gonna be breaking down. Plus, we're gonna do the Q&A. Depending on how we fill up, we're gonna do the Q&A. I might do the Q&A in the middle of the lecture, so we build like that. That's into the homage of the great master Bobby Hemming on that. But one thing that I learned when it came to me being truly transparent, truly being open, true openness and true vulnerability comes with transparency. The more open that I become, the more transparent that I become. The more vulnerable I become, the more transparent I become in that state of our transparency. Being open aids in privacy and aids in you being private. It's a difference between, like, people think about being open and you being transparent. You feel like if I'm too open but I'm private, a lot of the things that you remember we've been building throughout this week, especially when I talked about in those emotional traps, one of the things that we get trapped in a lot of these times is we think our vulnerability comes at a certain price. That means if I'm open about how I am, then you have to love me this way. Instead of honoring your thought. Remember, all this, the last two lectures we were talking about honoring your thoughts. Honoring your thoughts is going to involve transparency. Removing yourself from that biased mindset. Removing yourself from that biased mindset. That means you're going into every space with a bias. You're going into every space that you go into based on that relationship that's based on with yourself. So if I go into myself, like if I come into myself and I'm not open to myself, then that's going to reflect in everything that I do, everything that I say. I'm going to be stuck in that liability mentality. I'm going to be looking for an emotional attachment. I'm going to be looking for a script. And I wanted to get into the script part first. I want to get into this script part first. Think about a script. Think about a script. Think about you sitting on the Hollywood set and you got a script right there. You got a script sitting in front of you. They got a script sitting in front of you. Think about scripting. Think about what scripting is. If you look at a script, if you've ever seen a script, ever looked at a script, go online, look at a script. If you've ever done acting or school plays or any of that, school plays, go back to your school plays days. That's a good visualization. Look at the script. Everything on a script is exact, from turn head this way, based on the response, everything that the act is supposed to do. But what brings that to life, what brings that script to life is the energy put into that role. So this is when I give people like I hate when people now, there's so many different ways that I use now to initiate thought, to initiate the healing processes when I'm aiding people in their healing. You okay? You all right? You ain't never late. We always on time. That's another key that we got to get. That's another thing that we got to get out into in breaking that ceiling. You being a liability, you in that liability or lack mindset, feeling like you're lacking something, you ain't getting something that you need to get. The liabilities only push the ceiling. The liabilities push the ceiling. The liabilities push the envelope. The liability mindset helps you push the envelope. The liability mindset helps you push some shit. The asset mentality helps you break through all of that shit. I don't need an envelope. I don't want a box. But we don't get into that. But as you're moving into yourself through this transparency, thinking about this script, a lot of us building in a routine, we live based on a script. We've co-written a script based on through our traumas. If the best way for me to explain it, another way to explain it, if you have not dealt with these internal conflicts within inside of yourself, you co-write a script based on that trauma, based on that emotional wound, that attachments, that whatever attachment style that you've came into, whatever wounds that you have not dealt with, that's what's going to be co-writing your script. So if I actually gave it out to a client this week, they're in their script writing phase. I was like, I want you to write a scripting, write your petition, and it must be direct and exact. I want you to write everything down that you want to do, everything that you are wanting to acquire within the day. I want you to write down everything line by line. I want you to and this is the process, went back into their mind and scripted everything. Write this script out for yourself. If you look at your life, how much of your life have you written? What role have you given yourself in your scripting first? In honoring your thought, what is your role in your script? Are you an asset or are you a liability? That's the first thing that I think about, asset or liability. If I'm gonna take this liability role, that means I'm gonna be a co-star in somebody else's shit. If I'm gonna take the asset role, that means I'm the star player in my role. That takes me out of, because the liability mindset, the craziest thing about it, when I thought about the liability mindset, it'll have you thinking very, very arrogantly in writing a contract that you ain't got no money to bounce with it. Think about aspects of, we don't be getting to a lot. I don't want to jump around too much. I'm gonna stay in line because I want to be able to timestamp this lecture, start timestamping my lectures. But think about the thought process to yourself of writing out your script for your day, how you program and how you set your day, writing that petition of what you want. A lot of the times we get stuck on, I want it based on the routine of, I'm at this age, so I should be this, or I'm this age, so I should have this. I'm at this point, so I should have this, and I'm at this point, so I should. And we write our script based on that external aspect. We're not pushing any barrier. We're not breaking anything. We're trying to keep everything nice and in that place. This goes into your friendships, the relationship, the job. Everything that you're doing is going to be within reflection of where you're at now, of you. When you wake up, what is the first thing that you do when you wake up? I always give this out. It's the most important part. Breakfast is not the most important meal of the day, but breakfast is the most important meal of the day, because when you waking up, you're breaking your fast of being in your head. You're breaking the fast of you being inside of your head, of transmitting what you're transmitting as you're meditating. You're breaking your fast. So what's the first thing you're gonna do? And you're breaking your fast. Think about the training aspect that we've been trained with. You've been taught your entire life that breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Breaking your fast is the most important meal of the day. Breaking your connection to the detoxing and programming my day is the most important thing that I need to do. That would be a program. Everybody wants to look at everything like their enemies again. No. That's the additive. It's already been implemented. You've already accepted the first half. Motherfuckers out here mad about this damn shot. You've already accepted the first half of that damn shot. The first shot, you already had your first shot. Your first shot is your phone. Your first shot is your damn laptop. Your first shot is anything. They're going to chip us if they give us the shot. You already chipped up. You got to break that fucking ceiling. You got to learn how to, okay, cool. Well, it's already going to be present. But the longer that you stay involved in running on that script, instead of learning how to write your own, for a lot of people in that this liability mindset, the reason that we will struggle is because we built a routine based on that script. You built your whole routine based on the old script of your life. Build a whole routine. Even to the point when you don't feel like doing something. You take something out, you put something in there. So let's say friends start dropping off, family start dropping off, you start letting go of, you start the letting go process, and now you feel like, since I got rid of this friend, or I got rid of that family member, or I got rid of this man, or I got rid of this chick, or I got rid of this, now I got to put something in that space. That's not what that space was for. That space had a definition. This is how we gain transparency. First line we don't get into is transparency. Transparency is connection. Transparency is connection, openness, and vulnerability. Transparency is openness and vulnerability. Acceptance, honoring my thoughts, honoring the way that things are coming into my space, honoring the things that are coming into my space and the lessons that I'm learning. That based on your ego-based relationship that you've had with yourself in that co-writing spot as the co-director based on the trauma or the wound will have you sitting there thinking to yourself, thought the same shit, have you sitting there thinking to yourself, you have to love me the way that I say you have to love me. No, I don't. You have to give me that's entitlement. Because now it just gives you a reason to be like, no one can handle me. You'll say dumb. I've said the dumb shit. Nobody can handle me. Nobody can handle me. Why can't nobody handle a strong? No, you a hurt black man. You are hurt black woman. Stop giving yourself these band-aids. I'm independent. I'm doing all of these things because if I honor most of the times in reality, in every relationship, you've gotten everything you wanted. Everything. You gotten everything you wanted based on your script. But since you didn't know your script, you didn't know you were getting what you wanted. You got everything you wanted in that relationship. They honored you. They honored everything that you wanted. They honored you in every way that you wanted to be honored, but you didn't. Since remember, I've talked about that want and need aspect. So when you got it and it didn't feel the way that you thought it should have felt because you didn't write that out in your petition, you end up like, oh shit, well, no, they honored you because now they address the wound. 90% of that time, they address a wound. So if you felt used in your whole relationship, what wound was exposed? You said you felt worthless, you felt neglected, you felt these certain things. Guess what? There's a wound that just got exposed. That neglect wound came up. They came to expose that neglect wound. They came into the relationship to learn and to teach that indirectly aspect, to teach you about that neglect wound. Because how many conversations did you have with this individual? I talked about this in the God Hour show. How many conversations have you had that you actually comprehended? That means you were actually open. That means when you spoke in it, but what were the opening lines to the conversation that you had? Instead of you going into this mode of assumption, assuming something should be based on entitlement, because now you look outside of you right now, this motherfucker's upset about the boy that just got the big ass dude came up at him and they all standing in front of his yard. I heard something from that sounded crazy to me. She was like, what she said, I don't know why they sitting outside in the bright sun and shit with a mask on, but she was like, I'm on your property now. I just want to talk to you. She was verbalizing threats. This motherfucker easily, this is how we think. When you think based on this emotional aspect, you thinking on an emotional aspect, that wound gets exposed. So that protester, she's sitting there, I'm just sitting on you. I'm right here. I just want to talk to you. We on your property now. She verbalized the threat. He could easily take that and use that as a threat against her later on. But we don't think that far because we think it based on emotion. That female protester, that male protester, let's boycott some shit. All of these things are aspects of you not breaking a ceiling. You just want to push some shit forward. That's a liability mindset. Why would me boycotting anything doesn't do anything? You putting yourself in this, I'm a boycott. What do you, okay, cool, boycott. But what have you created? Because the only reason you boycotted, the only reason now you have a reason to go buy something from somewhere else. It's the same equivalent. Now you have another reason to go buy something from somebody else. But since you have not dealt with the underlining current, that emotional wound, that neglect wound, that trust wound that is getting exposed in that moment, you're going to go right back to it. And this is how you use yourself every single day because you staying stuck on the same old script. You waking up to go, I'm going to do the same thing I've done for the last 9.5 fucking years, and I'm going to expect something to happen. This time it's going to be different. Because last time I did it, or the first time that I did it, this happened. And now ever since I've been doing it, and I've been going forward and doing this happened, and then this happened, and somebody else did this, and I saw that's the only thing you're going to see in that space. Of course, because they're in that space. But you don't know what else they wrote in their script. You don't know what else they do. Stop getting Stop getting distracted by others' comforts in that space. You don't know what they do until you sitting in the space with them and you still don't know what they're doing. Because that's your teaching, but that's the learning moment. Every moment that you're inside of a space, naturally, around someone, friend, family, whatever it is, the way that I think about the way that my mind ticks now, the rewiring of my brain, and it really rewired last Friday, but the rewiring of my brain, it's not based in this. The aptitude is no longer based on the intellectual of what I know, because I don't know shit. I really don't know shit. I just simply, as it comes down, I honor my thought in the highest aspects of myself, and I'm able to deliver it. I'm a delivery system. That's all that I am. I am a delivery system. Everything that I do is a delivery system. You partake, you don't, you don't. That's the level that's the level of the mindset that you got to come to in being transparent. This transparency aspect within what you didn't learn is what you're now going to learn. When you're building things based on a routine, that means you get an itch. Let's say you get a routine itch every couple of days. You get a routine itch. You ain't frustrated. You're avoiding something. Frustration comes with avoidance. Anxiousness comes with avoidance. Frustration comes with anxiousness and avoidance. That means you're not applying something. Every time that I've gotten frustrated, it's because I was failing to apply something to the formula. Every time that I got frustrated, it was because I was not applying the truth to the formula, or I was not submitting to the formula in full. I was on the outside like this, like I'm a drop. I was like a little kid scared to cook French fries for the first fucking time, and I'm like standing halfway out the kitchen throwing the fries into the grease, afraid to get burned, afraid to get that shit on me. You got to submerge yourself into yourself. This is that path of the heart. Get out of your head. You get stuck in your head, you're always going to find something to blame. You always go. If the longer that I stayed in my head, the longer that I stayed in my head, the more chances that I had to blame something on somebody. The longer that I stayed in reaction, the longer that I stayed within this emotional indecency for myself. That means every time I was inside of a position where I had a chance to learn, I was the one that shot myself in the foot. Because I would always go to something. And as I grew up, as you get older, as you're becoming into the adult, because there's 3 stages to your healing process. There's 3 stages to the healing process. The acknowledgement of your inner child, the acceptance of the emotional channels or the identity, and then the apology to that apology process. Those are your stages. In those stages, there's multiple levels in those stages. A lot of us like I got this layer of the acknowledgement phase down pat. Okay, cool. So now I can go on to acceptance. Now I can go on to forgiveness. Now you cycle all the way back around, and now you got another lesson in acknowledgement. Wait, why I got to keep acknowledging things? It's not just going to be about the shit that make you feel good. It's not going to be about the stuff that you can just push up against the ceiling. Acknowledge the ceiling is there, but when you actually bust through that ceiling, the intellectual aspect of what you knew, the script that you've written, now when you bust through that ceiling and now you standing up there working in your genius, you've now become transparent. You like, nigga, this is a floor. This was just one floor. And this is what disheartens a lot of people. This is why you got motherfuckers that are still talking about the same aspects. Ooh, they're going to give us this. They're going to hit us with this. This is why we can't do this. I'm going to give you the craziest aspect of a thought. I didn't type in my Google search engine today, nothing. But I've been thinking about, through my LLC, through my company, jumping around, but it makes sense. I was thinking about the aspects of the Airbnb mentality, like doing Airbnbs. I'm exaggerating this number, but it's probably more. 900 or more have 900 or more types of webinars regarding into selling. Now, instead of doing the rental property and you owning a rental property, they've upped the game up to like you don't even have to own the property to make it a rental property. You can just become a super host. That's a mindset. Everything around you changes as you change that conversation with yourself. Everything around you is going to change as you start changing this conversation you keep having with yourself. That conversation, that script that you keep writing in your head, that script that you write every time that you wake up. Every time that you wake up, you start writing that script. You started writing that script last night. That means when we're done with this lecture, you started writing your script you started writing your script before you went to bed. You in the final edit when you wake up. So in between that time, whatever is in your mind, whatever's on your mind, the things that you haven't dealt with, those are going to be the characters that are going to be displayed to the script. That's the invoking process. So you write a script and you say, I'll give you an example. You say you write a script. Like, for example, later on this year, I was going to say this to the end, said, fuck it. Later on, towards the end of the year, I'm putting together the first retreat. I'm working on the first retreat, the first healing retreat aspect, my first retreat. Now I've been writing that script since July of last year, July of 2020, when I started writing that script. It was one of the many scripts that I've written inside of my mind. That shit didn't pop up till I was ready for it. This is you coming into that transparency. Once you let go of being inside your head and you come to this path of your heart, you're disabling all fail-safes. You are a creator. You are ancient. You are a titan. You are a creator. That is your natural process. You are a creator. That's one of the most natural aspects of you. You are a creator. So in that, you being a creator, that's the path of the heart. That's imagination. That's the path of the heart. The only thing you're doing inside of your head is reliving shit. The only thing you do inside of your head is relive shit. You add the characters. So whatever's in your mind, I have this feeling in my heart about having a family and this, and this, and this. Okay, cool. You've acknowledged that. That's the path you want to take of your heart. Your mind's going to go. Now you're going into your subconscious. Everything that displays an example for that script is going to be used to write that script. So what is your first example of a family? What is your first example of a family unit? Now, every time that you bring that script to the surface and you want to start working on that script, those are going to be the examples that are going to be shown to you at first. Remember, there's levels and there's a process to this. Those are going to be the things that are going to be shown to you first. So everything that is not of the true aspect of the truth in the love aspect is going to be shown first. This is why a lot of y'all this is why a lot of us are still stuck within the high school aspect. Or we're stuck in that high school aspect when it comes to a relationship. Remember, wherever your emotions got fucked up, wherever point your emotions started to hit that turn, you got fucked up with your emotional aspect. When it first happened, that's the script you've been living out. That's the clause in the contract. You've been living out that emotional clause in your contract the entire time. It's time to address that. So a lot of us get stuck in that space because now we want to build, and now it's going to be based on because. Remember, routines are based on because. I remember sitting there with myself for a lot of times. It was like, until I accepted that my real aspect and aptitude is when it comes to outside of my soul tribe, in it, the soul tribe energy, when it comes to acquaintances and people that I know and people that are outside of the tribe, that means outside of the family, outside of the family, the tribe, it's going to be like 1 to 2 people. They may get a little bit, they might get a little bit of access to a show. They might get a little bit of access to a party or an event, but they don't get full access. I had to get you have to get comfortable with that shit. Because this is that because part. The because part was like every time I started advancing in my healing process, when people started dropping off, I thought it meant for me to fill that spot back up. So it was always the same exact thing. Every time I had a conversation with people, every time I was like, yo, we so cool and do, and you don't do this and you don't do that and you don't do this. And it was always the same script that I wrote. So since they didn't do any of these things, but I didn't define in myself, one, why I accepted those types of things, why I was a part of these types of things. I didn't define what my connection, my emotional attachments. Guess what I would try to do? Mimic what they were doing, wanting to do the things that they were doing, trying to find these common similarities or trying to create common similarities. And then they all went back to the original script that I wrote for myself. Well, at this age, I wanted to be this, and this, and I wanted to have this, and this. But who was in the reality of it, how we think about our emotional energy, and this is how we don't get into that stamina, your spiritual stamina, your emotional clarity. Who the hell is financing my life? Who the hell is financing this shit? Who is going to invest in energy into this shit? If I'm not fully going to invest into this shit, who's going to invest into my shit? And this is where we get stuck in that benefit package. This is where we get stuck in the vibe was this and this and this. But if I'm open now, as opposed to then, I wasn't really open. I wasn't truly open. I was open to a point. I would crack the door open. At most, I would crack the door open. If you walk in, you walk in. If you don't walk in, you don't walk in. I'm not going to be like, oh, shit, motherfuckers don't want to walk into the door. I don't give a fuck. No. I would crack the door open. If you came in, you came in. And if you didn't, you didn't. Here's why that door was open. Remember, I talked about this earlier in the week. I talked about that compartmentalization. Where most of us think in our aspects of ourselves, where we think that we are creating boundaries, we're just living out the compartmentalization of our life. You can't be open in you can't compartmentalize your life. You create boundaries is different than that polarization or that compartmentalization of your life. So for me, to remain in that certain space with yourself on that routine, not being transparent, so you can avoid transparency because you are activating one of these many wounds that you got script on you, whether it's the neglect wound, the avoidance wound, the attachment wound, the abandonment wound, whatever wound it is, that wound is the compartment of where you put certain things. So let's say something fucked up happened with your family. Let's say your mom did something fucked up to your life. She was a detriment to your life. We don't get deep into we don't break down what your mother really is and your father really is. We don't get deep into that. But let's say they did something to you. You are now going to compartmentalize everything that they've done into a position. And now everything that happens that you should be learning, that you ultimately should be learning the lesson for, you are going to it's automatically going to stream to that point, that emotional channel. That's what's feeding that thought form. So you that imagine you sitting there and you got, they got the in and out boxes in the office. And imagine you got this stack right here with everything, what your mother originally did. Make that visualization. Your mother did this, your pops did this, your uncle did this, your sister did this, somebody did this. Okay, cool. You got all these compartments lined up. Now, every time you're dealing with a woman, whether you a male, whether you a god or the goddess, whatever, it don't matter. Let's say you're dealing with you haven't done with the mom issues, and your mom had heavy avoidance issues. So the first conversation you had with your mother about what happened, she's giving you exactly what you need. She's letting you know she has avoidance issues. I.e., that's why you have avoidance issues, because she has them. Let's go a little bit deeper. She avoiding it like a child. You felt like your entire life that you had to take care of your mother. Now you are in this space now currently, and you like, I got to take care of my mom. I got to do this for my mother. Your mother was never your mom's. At a point in time, it's clicked in your mind because you said it. You were like, my mom like one of my fucking kids. Your mom was your daughter. Past life. You're reliving a past life regression. That's a layer that you gotta deal with. At a point in time in your past life, your mother cycled back through to now show you the lessons that you didn't learn yet. That's what she was. This goes into the aspects of when you really start thinking about everything that you're doing. I want to work with my ancestors. I want to work with the spirits. I want to work with the ancestors. If you have not dealt with the avoidant issue of your mother, of your karmic family, you might not be accessing your ancestors. You accessing something based on your thought. Remember, you're only accessing based on your level of thought. So remember the script that you have written. This is the script that you have written in your life. So if you've written a script in your life, co-written that script based on the trauma, and then you want to jump ahead, you want to jump past shadow work and get right into using your magic. There's blocks in there. There's limiters in there for a reason. If you come into your space, if you come into the space and you want to work with your energy, but you have maternal issues, you have the maternal issues, maternal wounds, the fraternal wounds, you are going to acquire the succubus or the incubus energy. The succubus and the none of this shit's bad. So you got to take that. It's bad. Oh my God, I had a succubus and energy vampire. Nigga, they are a creation of your own script. They exist because of the script that you wrote in your head. So if you keep having dreams about somebody sucking you dry, or you keep having that succubus energy or the incubus energy, the succubus is attained to taking removing the feminine essence, the feminine or the guidance or the wisdom. So if you have holes in your life to where you didn't understand what happened with your moms, then of course, yes, you are going to be attached to succubus energy. You're going to be sitting there looking like, my mom did this, and if my mom did this, and if my mom did this, maybe my pops would have stayed. On the other end of that, yeah, there's your thought, man. You created them babies. So whenever I hear someone be like, oh my God, there's so many emotional vampires and energy vampires stuck in my energy, and I be feeling everything. And no, those are your babies. You need to get that under control. Stop looking for something to blame. Everything, because you're gonna find shit on energy vampires. Hell, I did a whole damn lecture on Jinn, on energy vampires. Whole lecture on energy vampires. And if you've been listening to my lectures, exactly. If you looked at go back to the original one of my lectures, in the beginning lecture that I was doing, when I did three I think on top of that, energy vampires, greenhouse and mirrors, and the sex lecture. In openings of every one of my lectures, I always say the mirror or the greenhouse or whatever you are, like the energy vampire, it's you. I'm always going to say it's you. Because I knew it was me. Whenever I would think of what an energy vampire looked like, I was like, wait, how am I able to create in my mind what an energy vampire looked like? What memories am I pulling this from? Oh shit, nigga, that's me. I'm Dracula. I'm Dracula. I'm Jafar. I'm the fucking vampire. I'm the one doing it. But that's when you want to think, more highly of yourself, and that's the arrogance. Yes, you entertaining your own self and getting upset. There's a reason why you like certain, like you, I like zombie. Okay, yeah. Everything that you can watch for me now, when I watch TV and I'm decoding shit, it's even different in my decoding aspect. It's not based on looking for an enemy or looking for something. When I sit here and watch a TV show and I get into the TV show and I see myself in the show, that's my decoding. I'm seeing myself as whatever character and going through what I'm going through and displaying it in front of me in real time. If you don't know what the fuck you're looking at, you gonna get sucked in. Like, oh my God, you should have did this. No, you gonna keep getting sucked in because you wrote the script. You gotta. It's time to revise that script. This is the transparency at a whole. Transparency is the best. Once you become truly open and vulnerable, and know what being open and vulnerable is, you understand that transparency is the ultimate power. It's not about you sitting here and picking and choosing when you want to be open. I'm open 24/7. I'm open 24/7. I'm vulnerable. I'm open 24/7. I'm honest 24/7. That is, I understanding that energy can only, if I compartmentalize my energy, then I'm going to have those overloads and those overflows. So I have this false sense of my life is overflowing. This is why a lot of times when you start getting your shit, I've talked about it before, talking about your trial period in your consciousness when you first wake up and you first start realizing shit, it's a trial period because it's just like the AOL disc that you used to get in the mail every fucking, that little AOL disc or the internet disc that you got for the new internet, for the new AOL speeds or the new Windows. Every time you got that shit in the mail at the house, every time you got it, it's a trial. About 7 days, whatever, 7 cycles. That's the first wave. You got 7 cycles. It's going to feel lovely because you're going to feel every bit. This is what you're feeling. That disc was everything. Because you're going to feel everything. In that, you're going to feel everything. This is what you're feeling when you first wake up. This is what you're feeling when you first wake up. And I found this out, and that shit blew my fucking mind. You're feeling every regressed, you're feeling every bit of dissimilar to sexual frustration when you first become aware. When you first wake up, you are feeling the buildup of the dishonored thoughts, the dishonored processes that you did not fully go through. They have to go somewhere. They got stuck in the astral belt. They got stuck in the belt. They got stuck right there. So when you first come into your consciousness, that's what you about to feel. That's why you feel everything. That's why you upset, you angry, everything that got stuck, every ancestor that got stuck. That's what you feeling. That's what you're feeling. But you're meant to acknowledge that and help that bust you through the ceiling. That's the floor. See what happened for a lot of people, and it happened because we didn't know better. We had that adolescent mindset imprint. We just kept shifting through these cycles, but no one was getting into the shadow aspect of yourself. Nobody was really getting into that aspect. We were pulling in certain amounts of information, but at the same time, it was a needed part. It was a needed part of the process because now we're here. Now you have Now, when you in the ownership mentality, everything, once you transparent, everything's synonymous. My soul tribe, whether I've talked to them once, twice, never met them in person, I know my soul tribe is there. We vibe, we there. We all building something, and we all building something. That's how I know I'm on. That's how I know what level I'm at. We're all building something. So when we come back to around each other, all in asset mentality, we're all building something. Yo, what you been up to? What you? Oh, I got this. Oh, I got file share. All right, let's all go back out. When you stuck in that emotional attachment, when you stuck in this emotional attachment, you will always feel the need to be around people. You always feel the need to be around people. That's one thing that I had to learn. It was like, you always feel the need to have to be around everybody. You want to have the party at your house. You want to have everybody around you. That's not really healthy. Whether you want to, I'm an extrovert, so I got to be around people. I'm an introvert, so I don't like being around people. Stop giving yourself this box. You just keep putting yourself in limits because that definition fits you. It fit one part of you. In order, whatever you started as, I've said this in lectures before, I've said this in plenty of lectures, whatever you've been doing right now, let's say you've been sitting there in the library with your book open, and you've been reading the book. You've been reading the book this entire time. You've been reading the book, you've been getting the books up, you've been reading your books every single time. It's time for you to get the fuck off the porch. Now, if you've been out there wilding out in the world, wilding out, gaining all this experience, it's time for you to sit your ass down and read a book and observe some shit. Everybody has you have a point that you got to get to. You got to accept where you are at and become that asset. You out there wilding out, you was a liability. You were sitting there and there reading all the books, you was still a liability. Because you reading the book and you using the book, you're using the book as your anchoring point. You use the book as your anchoring point. So now you just in a state of regurgitation. You just look now that needing, that wound, the neglect wound, that's what has you out there. I need this and I need that. I need someone to give me this. I need this and I need this and I need this and I need this. And you're still feeding that wound. You still feeding that same wound, baby. You sitting there, just keep cutting them out. Here you go. You want some food? All right, cool. Go back in. You've been doing it over and over and over again. I know I did the shit. How many routines do you build based on that? You get the information. You're like, okay, cool. I can fit it right here. I'm going to use it till I can't fit it no more. And then I'm done with it. Because you keep trying to fit it back in that old space. That space is meant to be empty. You are emptying yourself. 1 second. You are emptying yourself for a reason. You out here emptying yourself, trying to get full of liabilities. You are never gonna write nothing off. You ain't never gonna get nothing written off. You ain't gonna write shit off. The ownership mentality is the ultimate openness and vulnerability. That's your crown. My crown chakra is on fucking 96.5. Whatever the fuck they said. I was watching a Goku video last night. I don't know why I was just laying here on my couch watching Goku videos. But they said something. They were talking about Goku and his ultra instinct. Yes. Yes, you got exactly. Both of those, yes. You got to be able to, like, if I sit here, you got to know when to jump in there and stop being scared of it. That's the only way. That's the ultimate honoring of your thought. Because I'm busting open this fucking bottle. Tonight's lecture is brought to you by Bamboo. But yeah, Goku's empty. That's why that nigga, that's whenever that nigga's done training, he eat everything. The nigga's always empty. He's always empty. And that's why on the other end of that, you got Burris teaching Vegeta he gotta concentrate on destruction or destroying shit. Not going back into that old space. As we pour up this bottle. Take a shot for everybody. But you're changing the way that you wired your whole entire brain. You change it from routine. As you start changing from the routine mindset, the presets, everything that's going to hit you, everything that's going to be hitting you is going to be the reflective point of, oh, that's what I need to learn. I remember the first conversation, one of the first conversations I had with my mother. And I was sitting in my room. I was staying with my mom for a little bit. I was sitting in the room, in the back room, my little, and I went in there and talked to my mom. I don't remember half of the shit I said. It was one of my first downloads. Shit was fucking wild. I said a bunch of shit. And when I actually was coming back to really catching into what I was saying, really catching up to what I was saying, and that's another thing about routines we don't get into. My mom's first words to me was, and it's still the same words, you got to be careful with everything that you know. That's the only thing she could say to me. My first response, arrogant as hell. First response, arrogant as fuck. Because I was like, they got to be scared of me. I was still carrying Black Panther vibe. I was still in that emotional bubble. Man, they got to be scared of me what the fuck I know. They got to be scared of what the fuck I know. This is how I broke. That was me pushing at the ceiling. They got to be scared of what the fuck I know. I know this shit. And then soon as I said that, I noticed that right after that, I started going back into a shell with myself. I started going back into that shell. I was like, I don't want to have that conversation. I don't want to talk about, nah. I started deferring back to a routine. Maybe I'm gonna go back to my routine of being in this space. It was needed for me to go back into that space because I needed to there was stuff I needed to learn in there. When you're stuck in a routine, this is the difference between discipline is always greater than routine. Because from my disciplines, I can build multiple routines because I'm limitless. From a routine, you can't build discipline from a routine. Give you another example. I'm now at 186. I'm at 186 pounds right now. I'm at 186 pounds. I've been at this weight before when I first went plant-based vegan. When I first went through my detox, I was 180. I was like 180 some odd pounds. I had a routine built, go to the gym, eat this, do this, do this, do this, do this. Here's the problem with being stuck in a routine. A routine is not built within your purpose. So the moment that you drop off from a routine or the emotions, that emotional channel is no longer prevalent. That means you ain't poking in that emotional, you ain't in that space anymore, then you automatically decline. Exactly. They don't let you go. I went from 189 pounds. No, at that time I was 195 and I was dropping. I'm 6'1". They said the ideal weight. I don't give a fuck about the ideal weight. I'm 185 pounds. Now, I was at 190 when I first did my first set of routines. Everything that I was doing was based on avoiding something. So when I went to the gym, it wasn't therapy, it was avoidance. Because I would go to the gym, then I would go to work, then I would go home, then I would go to the gym, I would go to work, and I would go home. There was no purpose of me going to the gym. I knew there was no purpose of me going to the gym because once I got to a certain point where I was like, ooh, I dropped down a couple pant sizes. My shirt fit differently. I stopped going. I automatically kicked out of going to the gym because I was feeding a thought form. The only reason I was going back to the gym is because I was still stuck in a childhood memory at 5 years old when my pops was like, "You're fat." And in my mind, I was like, I'm still feeding that memory. I compartmentalize myself to that one memory. So I didn't build any boundaries. I was still using the same old compartments, the same old wound. So I was using that same old energy. Using that same energy. So when I shifted gears this time, and a whole bunch of other things came up to this time, I've been in the gym ever since September. No, I've been in the gym ever since the end of August. I've been in the gym ever since the end of August. I married myself August 16th. That union with myself, I unified myself. I sat there in the mirror, was like, nigga, let's do this. Married myself in August 16th. Went through the marriage counseling process. I found a nice visualization for marriage counseling for myself, my masculine and my feminine, and my inner child was fucking fuck that nigga name. My inner child was the grand fucking priest, and I'm sitting there and like I went through my whole process and I shedded. It was one of the last layers of me shedding a lot of shit. A lot of shit shattered, a lot of shit broke. But my job, my old aspects, the acceptance wounds or the old routine that you try to maintain, when some shit get broken, your ass automatically want to go fix it. Stop trying to go back and fix shit. It broke for a reason. There's a reason that it broke. There's a reason that it's in shatters all over the ground. You're not supposed to put it back together. Now that it's broken apart, maybe it's easier for me to digest it and look at it because everything has to be broken down anyway. You can't take the shit in whole. You got to break it down anyway. So if that puzzle of my mind, was all mixed up and fucked up anyway, now that it's broken apart, I can now look at it. I'm like, oh shit, damn. And what I noticed was when it broke apart, this is whenever, if you've been pulling the tower card, or if you got a reading from me this week, you pulled the tower card, and you seeing that shit fall apart, it falls apart in a frequency. Even in the frequency of when everything's falling apart, it's falling apart in a certain frequency. The frequency is the compartmentalization. Every time some shit break apart, it falls apart in exact fucking lineup to the compartments of your life. That's why if you have not embraced things falling apart yet, you still got some compartmentalization issues you got to deal with. You still got some compartmentalization up in there you got to deal with. I love when shit fall apart because I'm like, ooh, I get to come out as something new. I get to advance. There's another level I got to get to. I'm about to get into this. I'm about to get into my angel level. I'm about to get into this guided instruction. It's time for me to get to the next level. I'm excited for shit to fall apart because my role here is now the destroyer. Because I'm only building in the higher aspects. When you honoring your thought, you building in the higher aspects, that transparency, you are destroying all of the fail safes. The compartmentalization of your life, those are fail safes. You always going to be able to go back to it. Every time a chick say something to you and you get upset, whether you male or female, every time a woman say something to you and you get upset, you can compartmentalize it to your mother. You'll compartmentalize it to your aunt. You'll compartmentalize it to this. You put it over there. And it has a certain wound. That wound gets lined up in there. Mm-hmm. And that's another thing about that ultra instinct shit. When you have your first trial period in your consciousness, when you become awake and aware, ooh, I know some shit now, you're aware of some things, I'm gonna hit you just like Wiz hit Goku. Nigga, you at the bottom level of ultra instinct. Nigga, I'm always in ultra instinct. Nigga, be Wiz, not Goku. Be Wiz in always maintaining ultra instinct, that mindset, but you gotta be, your inner child will be Goku. Always aspiring to grow into the full form. Be Wiz in the mindset. Be Goku in your heart. That's one of the coolest ways to explain that shit. You Wiz up here. So now that I'm honoring my thoughts in the higher degrees, everything that I do down here is automatically going to be some destructive shit. Automatically. I notice that every time when I'm doing things now, it's naturally a destructive count. It's naturally destructive. I'm destroying some shit every time I'm down here. So when you get mad, the white man destroying Mother Earth. Earth is an inherently flawed space that constantly revives itself. It can never die. So we can't destroy shit. So get that out of your mind. Every time you down here, you destroying some shit. Every time that you say how, you destroy some shit. Every time that you explore the why, you destroying some shit. You're destroying how you used to think, and now you coming into the higher aspects of your thought. That's the destruction part. In your mind, in that path of your heart, the path of your heart becoming transparent is becoming compassionate and understanding, yes, I have to destroy some shit. Because everything naturally in that rhythm being destroyed down here. The lowest level shit gets destroyed. Only at the highest point can you create or build anything. So if you stuck in between the world and you stuck in between these realms, I know everybody that's in. How many motherfuckers have watched that After the Earth Died show? You know, like they say, like 962 days after Earth, the dogs dogs go back to their feral instincts. Day 966, plants and buildings start falling apart after the humans left the Earth. The Earth ain't got no motherfucking problem destroying some shit. It knows the Earth has everything within it, beloved, that has everything in it that it needs. You are of everything. You are Mother Earth. You are the Dark Mother. That's you. That show is awesome. That's you. But you want to look at it, when the cracker die off, this when we going to start building. What the fuck is you going to do? So you going to wait? You going to wait until they leave to start doing shit. Think about that in your mind. When you think about that in your head, it don't even make no damn sense. Let them do the trial and error. That's their job. Trial and error. That's their job. That's what they're supposed to do. Everybody that come in your life, they're trial and error until you become unified to yourself. When that conversation change up here, everything change. When you start changing this conversation up here, everything gonna change. Everything is going to change once you address this conversation that you keep having with yourself. Once you acknowledge this script that you keep writing out, every time you write this script out, you got the same villains, you got the same heroes. Okay, cool. What is the villain in your life? The villain that you keep playing out in your life, the script that you keep writing with the villain, that's that father issue you ain't dealt with. That villain that you keep writing in your life, that keep getting written up and just keep coming in different forms, that's the mother issue you ain't dealt with. That's the villain. You just keep, here you go. I'm going to give you a new face. I'm going to give you some new makeup. I'm going to give you another costume. I'm going to make you stronger this time, make you weaker that time. Until you become the villain in your own story, you can't win shit. You got to be able to go beyond and transpire, transpose, and transmute past the point of where you like to be. I like to stay where I'm at right now, and I'm going to keep doing what I've been doing for the last, okay, you can keep doing what you've been doing for the last 7, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years. You've been doing the same thing for the last 10 years. It ain't nothing changed. Something about you have not yet applied. That last 10 years of your life, the last 9, 10, 5 of your life, you've been doing the same exact shit and you have not applied the lesson that you keep learning. You sit here and say, I don't trust this motherfucker. I don't like these people. I don't like this. What lesson have you applied? If I don't like something, it knows I don't like it. It knows I don't like it because I show that I don't need it. But in order for me to do that, I must set in myself the reason not to need it. That means I must address the framework that we talked about last week. I must address the framework of myself to why does that keep showing up. I must accept that apparently I do need it because it's present. It keeps presenting itself. Therefore, I do need it. But this becomes the key in you not subscribing to your urges. Because a lot of times we get stuck with it. A lot of times you stuck within an urge. You stuck within an urge. It's okay. I broke this down the other day. I broke it down the other week. I thought about it to myself. I thought about this a long way back before I really got into my gym alchemy. And I was like, nigga, I'm having orgasms while I'm at the gym. Like I'm having whole orgasms while I'm at the gym. The dark feminine mother energy orgasm makes me want to go harder at the gym. I used to have that. I always had them at the gym or when I was getting excited, but I didn't know how to control it because I didn't know what the fuck it was. Now that I know what the fuck it is, I know how to ride that bitch. I know how to ride that wave. That shit's fun. That shit is great. That shit is empowering. But now that I've mastered it at the gym in this aspect, this is a training exercise for myself. Now that I've mastered it at the gym, I'm like, how else can I master this energy, this excitement, busting through or breaking through this wall? How else can I use this energy in the other aspects of my life? How else can I use it? And as I was going in to try to use it, more wounds would show up. I felt shameful or I felt shame or guilt. All of those little underlines for having the feeling or having the thought. That's what the frustration was, the wound exposing itself. When you feeling, oh, I'm horny, I'm frustrated, I'm this, I need to get, you're exposing a wound. Everything's going to lead back to the wound until you acknowledge it. If you acknowledge your wounds, you ain't going to have that thought. That thought the thought won't even grace your mind. That's one thing that I was like, nigga, I ain't been this in a long time. I ain't been this. I ain't been none of this lower level aspects in a long time. Why? Oh, that's what I've been doing the entire time. That's what I've been working on. That's what I've been tapping into. Oh, I'm honoring that's what honoring my thoughts are. That's what me setting a purpose to everything that I do. And when I mean by setting a purpose, you're going out. Remember, we're going outside of routine and we're going into discipline. When you set a purpose in your discipline, that shit is unlimited power. It's unlimited. It's unlimited. When you're setting things based on discipline, it's unlimited. Everything that is not meant, everything that cannot be on that vibratory frequency is naturally going to implode into itself. You will know when a friendship is over, a relationship is over, because it will implode into its natural self. It's up to you to recognize the red flags before you even get there. That's going to be a major key. But a lot of people are like, man, nah. The relationships, the friendship, the family it will implode into itself. Going back to its original factory settings. You saw the factory settings when you first went into that friendship and that relationship. The factory settings is whatever trauma that you set into it. That's the emotional attachment. That's the fail-safe. But we can get I got scared a lot of times being like, man, I don't want to challenge that. Now you've been conscious for 6, 7 years, 8 years. You've been conscious for a while, you've been woke, and the most that you are able to say is regurgitate what you heard from Bobby Hemmett saying that your family is the enemy and all of this shit, and your family now you didn't understand what the fuck he meant when he said it, but you regurgitated and saying and be like, yeah, my family ain't shit. Cause my family think that I'm crazy. There's somebody in your family that's been crazy the entire time. A lot of motherfuckers, you did it on accident. You tried to become something in a space and you did that shit on accident. You still got things that you ain't dealt with yet. That's that family part. You got to wipe yourself out of the existence from that space. I no longer exist in any way, shape, or form to my family the way that I used to exist. Not based on avoidance, because the first time that I did it was based on avoidance. I would say to myself, and this is the because part in the routine. You keep remaining that routine. You'll sit there with yourself and you'll be like, I can't go around my family because of this. I can't go around my family because of this. They still celebrate holidays. They still do this. They still do this. They still do this. So because, but the winter it was, and you stuck in the fucking Wizard of Oz. You keep taking the red brick road to the yellow brick road. So now you sitting in this space with yourself. Now you are secluded. You think that's your hermit phase. No, you took in seclusion, not the hermit phase. The hermit phase is when everything pops up like on Iron Man, when that nigga went like this and made the globe appear and he saw everything. You still teach me from the grave. That's when everything pop up. That's the hermit phase. For some of y'all go through this isolation phase. You want to seclude yourself and sit there with yourself and be like, I don't need nobody and I don't need nothing. But then the urges start coming up with yourself because you're doing everything based on this routine of isolation. You isolated yourself. The hermit phase is when you're with yourself and then if something come up based on avoidance, you face it in that space. That's why the hermit has a lantern, because he's acknowledging and illuminating his path as he's walking forward. Y'all motherfuckers, that's when you got motherfuckers like, we dark side, dark side, dark side. Or they in the dark space. Nigga, you ain't got no light. Okay, you in the dark side. What are you learning? Nah, nigga, this the dark shit where it's at. Because the white man don't want us to go into this right here. They been using our shit for years. Nigga, they your kids anyway. You created them. They're the custodians for all your information. You created them as the custodians. They eat filth. They eat filth. That's what they do. That's what you programmed them to do. But you want to sit there and say, because of this, this, and this, you living in that because narrative, that routine narrative, you ain't acknowledging anything. The hermit phase is when you sitting there with yourself and you start letting shit come up and you deal with it accordingly. As it comes up, you're like, nigga, it's time for me to deal with this then. Where is this trip going to take me? Where is this place going to take me? Because where is this going to take me? Not you sitting there isolating yourself and steady compartmentalizing it. You cannot come into this shit trying to compartmentalize shit. You're not going to be coming into this space based on logic and reason. Logic and reason is what you wrote the old script with. That means if you use logic and reason your entire life, it's time for you to start tapping into it's going to be the right hand. It's going to be the right side of brain thinking. Logic and reason is the masculine aspect. I knew this and I knew that and I knew this. Niggas ain't shit. Bitches ain't shit. My mom ain't shit. My dad ain't shit. Ain't nobody, ain't no shit. I can't find nobody that's going to understand me. Do you understand yourself? That's the limited that you put on yourself. Because you said everything outside of you don't understand you, you now put a limiter onto yourself. Because everything outside of you is meant to be showing you how to understand yourself. It ain't meant to understand you outside of you. Your mother is never going to admit what the fuck she did wrong. Get comfortable with that thought process at first. Your mother is never going to admit what she did wrong. But she's going to show you where your avoidant wound came from, where your neglect wound came from, where these wounds were present. She's going to show you. And if you sit there with the thought, if you sit there with it and just be open to it, you're going to hear everything. She's going to tell you everything. From unconsciously telling you through stories to directly telling you. And it's going to match synonymously with your growth. Don't worry about their growth. It's going to match synonymously with your growth. As you start going forward, you're going to start seeing this is the reflection point. When people are like, everything's a reflection of you outside of you. There's a deeper aspect to it. Like, they're going to be the refracted point of what you're dealing with. As you remove the layer or you expose this layer, they're going to be that point. Like, oh shit, that's what that is. Because now you're becoming transparent. Now you look like, ooh, shit, nigga, that's what I've been going through this entire time. That's why this happened. That's why that happened. That's why this did this. Oh, shit. They were a victim of their own mind. Oh, shit. Because I'm a victim of my own mind. You sitting there getting upset at your mother. You mad at your mom because of something she did back in the 1998 based on survival. And then since you still upset at your mom based on what she did based on survival to fix her urge, to get her fixed, to fix her urge, you doing the same exact shit. You doing the same exact thing. You did exactly what your mama did. You did it. You went and did the same thing. You wanted to build a whole entire family scape for yourself based on what your mother did. The same routine. So now you in that space, and since you live in a routine, you ain't living your truth. You live in a routine. Everything that you gonna come into your space, every conversation that you had, everything gotta fit your routine. Everything gotta fit your reason for existing. Because if it don't, then you mad as hell. You thinking to yourself, I want to do this based on this, and this. My mindset is business as usual. LLC mentality, occult alchemy society mentality. That means everything that I do is a reflection of my now. Everything that I create is a reflection of my now. The energy that I use to create based on the now is coming from the future. Blessed be. Everything that I do is based on the future content of me no longer having to be stuck here. If I was building on routines my entire life, you built on a routine your entire life, and you just been reliving, you just changed out the routine. So this is why, and then I'm not, and this is the key part that I need to say, that I always say, maybe you needed it. Maybe you needed that point to happen in your life. So, because once I started really understanding that aspect, the ownership mentality and owning myself, once I started like, nigga, I gotta own me. I gotta know me. In order for me to know me, in order for me to own myself, I really gotta know myself. I gotta know the negatives that serve me, the positives that serve me, because yes, the negative shit that happened in your life served you a purpose. The positive things in your life served you a purpose. Both of these served you a purpose. But at that same time, that positive shit didn't serve you a purpose. Give you that example. That kid that was sitting there and that white dude bucked up at him. My first thought was, if I was that nigga size, I would have ran the fuck off. I would have ran the fuck off. I would have ran the fuck off, went and got my pops, or went and got some of my friends. I would have done some other shit. I know I would have ran the fuck off. This nigga big as hell. His breath stink. He big. He barefoot. I would have stepped on that nigga foot and ran off. I got shoes on. He barefoot. I would have ran the fuck off. So when I'm looking at that scenario, I'm like, this nigga like, yo, man, like he's still trying to buck up his ego. His ego kicked in. And then the reflection of it was, I got a bunch of black people standing on my front yard. Now everybody's talking about court-martial him and sue him and all of this shit. I'm like, all right. They court-martial him, dishonorable discharge. He get kicked out the army. He gets sued. That nigga ain't coming out of pocket with none of that shit. That nigga ain't coming out of pocket with none of it. The government is going to pay for that nigga shit. They're going to pay the lawsuit off. They're going to pay everything off. So what the fuck, what advancement was there? The police, oh my God, that cop shot, they need to sue the police. Nigga, they're not. When a policeman gets in trouble, the money don't come off of them. It come off of you. It come off of your tax dollars. You paying taxes, it come off of your ass. When I understood the levels of the incomes, when I really started looking at the levels of income, the earned income, the portfolio, and that passive or that cash flow, and I realized cash flow is untaxed money, and I looked at most rich people have cash flow because they have assets, because they're an asset, nigga, they don't get taxed. That's why they don't get taxed, my nigga. So you sitting here stuck in that space, nigga, they need to go tax the rich people. Mm-hmm. They need to go tax the rich people. Tax people have cash flow. They're not going to. And that is a good point. As what she said, she appreciates seeing people standing together. When you see it that way in your mindset of seeing it, it's based on how you're going to use it. So if I see a bunch of people standing around and they all standing for a cause, it's like, okay, cool. You're standing for a cause. My next thought process to myself is, what are you going to do while you're in that space? While the emotion, while the energy is there, what are you going to do with it? And in order for me to understand the energy of a space, I have to remove the bias and learn how to break down key intricate parts within the space. So if I look at, for example, I listen, like you listen to it when you know it, when you're open and you're not biasly looking, when you're not looking at it from a certain bias, oh, destroy this or take this out. When you look at it without any biases, without any lenses, take the glasses off and you look directly at it, you'll see it for what it actually is. The same, you'll see that it's the same emotional uproar. Let's bring everybody together. It's the same similar thought process. It's the same thought process. I'm going to read that in a minute. It's the same thought process as if you don't fuck with your family, and you know you don't fuck with your family, but if somebody dies in the family and then you decide to go to the funeral. That's how I see protest. That's how I can look at a protest. That's my purpose and job to look. I'm purpose to look at things this way. So when I look at it, I'm like, y'all niggas about to go gather around, don't none it. All of y'all are connected based on an emotional attachment. If I go that for, I'm gonna read this real quick. You gotta understand the emotional attachment of everybody coming together. You stuck in your ego, or you gotta see me the way that I am. Now you got 5 people. Let's say there's 10. Let's say there's like, I'm gonna take 5 people out of a protest and line them up. If I psychoanalyze each one of them have a different reason for being at that protest. Each one of them got a different reason for being at that protest, being at that march, being at that rally. But the thing that gives them the common point is the emotional attachment or a wound that they have not dealt with. So then I can now separate the crowd, take 5 people over here, 5 people over here, 5 people over here, 5 people over here, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I created 25 people out sitting in front of me right now. 5 people. I've created different compartments. Each 5 people have a different emotional wound that they haven't dealt with. The mothers that show up to, the mothers and the daughters and some of the fathers and some of the guys that show up to the protest, I can guarantee that if I psychoanalyze them, they all have an avoidance or a rejection wound that is present inside of their life. They feel that if they go to this protest and they stand up for this young man or they stand up for this young woman, it's going to be the same reflection as when no one stood up for them when they were younger and their mom left or their pops left or their mother wasn't around or their father wasn't around. They're orchestrating or they're using that script process in order to give this feeling to themselves of this emotional attachment to give life to that thought form that they've been birthing. Because once I started dealing with when I started dealing with my wounds before I came into my process, so I do this work. When I started really dealing with my emotional wounds, one of the most common threads in my wound, in me doing my internal work for myself, before I did it for anybody else, and when I started doing it for everybody else, was every time something happened, whether it was a death or somebody got shot or something happened to somebody, I cared less. I didn't give a shit. The thing that kept fucking me up was why I didn't care. That's what fucked me up. It wasn't the event that fucked me up. It was the why I didn't care. Why I didn't feel anything when it happened. Coming up to this point right now, I've been doing the same exact shit since I was 1 year old. I've been in this mindset since 1 year old. The only thing that changed between me being 1,370,000, I'm ancient as hell, from me being 1 year old in this realm, in this aspect, from me being 1 year old to now being 35 or being 27 forever because I'm fucking immortal, was everything that got layered on top of that based on my traumas. All of these layers of traumatic events, stresses, my emotion, the inner child aspects that got messed up, the emotional or the emotional channels or the adolescence of myself, it made me create as an adult, as a human adult. I was trying to create a life based on a human adult. So the only way that I could use my powers, is if it was it's always going to be the same thing. The emotional event that happened, the trauma that happened is what's going to help you unlock that's what your powers are under lock and key. Whenever you I've talked about it before, whenever you go study, you see like the scary faces or a skull. This is me. This is Papa Lucy. This is me. Whenever you see this and you see just the skull and you get scared, it's a wall that you have not went behind. Once I understood that this was my skill, my metamorphosis happened. This is my metamorphosis. The butterflies and all the butterflies in the sky, roses budding and shit. That's when all my shit grew up and blew up. And I changed my thought process. I changed the way that I thought. The more that I started changing this conversation, the more fail-safes I started breaking. I had to break all those you got to break all these fail-safes. You keep trying to go back to some shit based on good and bad. Good and bad don't exist. It's positive and negative. It's polarities. Once you acknowledge that the good and bad don't exist, and now you're going to have to go through that process, and now that you looking like, oh, it's good and bad, it's positive and negative, now you start looking at the negative can serve me in this way, and the positives can serve me in this way. Once you've mastered that positive and negative aspect, and you start unifying yourself, now that you level up, you got to keep level. You're going to keep going up. Now that you become unified, now that you understand that positive and negative, now you can get into gender. Once you get into that masculine and feminine, you can't get into this masculine and feminine aspects of using and embodying the energy and still you've understood the positive and negative part. Those laws, everybody like, I want to use the 7 Hermetic laws. But you only regurgitating what you've heard. You ain't applied it to your life. I've then dropped 120. No, I didn't drop an entire podcast in applying these mechanics. And it gave me and every fucking day I'm sitting there with myself like, yo, I always thought about it. I thought about it for a long ass fucking time. And I was like, and it was a part of me it was a part of my fear of becoming a full the occult psychologist that I am now. I was afraid of, I was like, why ain't nobody talking about shadow work for real? Why ain't nobody talking about the dark night of the shadow? Why don't nobody realize that there's like 9 stories in the Bible that are about the dark night of the soul? Why don't nobody realize that the book of Job, the whole story of Job, is the dark night of the shadow? Why ain't nobody acknowledging this yet? Oh, I know why. I have an idea why they're not acknowledging it yet. Because they haven't applied the mechanics. Now, that ain't for me to be like, I can sit there all day. I can go 2 ways. I can go 2 ways. I could have went 2 ways. We all have 2 paths. Woo! I'm going to look that up. Busters. I'm about to. Ooh, movie night. I could have went 2 different paths. 2 different paths. I could have easily went down the path that everybody else has went down and talked about fear mongering and talked about the white man being the devil and the black. I could have done all that shit. Or I'm going down the path that I'm right now. You want some shit dead? You gonna come to me. At some point in time, you are going to cross paths with me. I am that crossroads. That is I am him. We are one. I am Mama Brigitte and I am Baron Somni. I am that crossroad. I've always been that crossroad. When I started applying this mechanic, this LLC mentality to myself, I was like, it made sense. Because everything that I did was always crossing some fucking road. Ever since I was 1 year old. Ever since I was 1 year old, I've been burning shit. And I had to, I was like, wait. 1 year old, I've told this story before. I'm gonna tell the story now again. When I was 1 year old and my pops was in the backyard, he was burning some leaves, and I had my wagon, my little Tykes wagon, and I went into the kitchen, and I remember it vaguely. I remember it perfectly. I went into the kitchen. There was one cabinet. I was the only child until like 86. There was one cabinet that had all of my bottles, sippy cups, my pacifiers, everything was in there. I literally was in and out. My pops was outside burning leaves. My mom went to the grocery store. One of my aunts or my grandmother, I believe. My pops was outside. I'm in there watching I was in there watching TV. And I was watching like some kid drink out of a glass. And in my mind, I couldn't express it. And we don't get into, that's the next part. We're going to get into spiritual stamina. The fail-safe spiritual stamina. I was like, oh shit, nigga. I want a cup. I want to drink out of a cup. Why can't I drink out of a cup? I was like, in my mind, I formulated this thought, unable to express it. In order for me to drink out of a cup, I got to get rid of everything else. In my mind. Now that I'm at where I'm at now, I can go back and be like, nigga, that's what I did. I can define the script of what I did. I can write the script. American guys, the ugly white girl, like she horrible looking. I went in there, I grabbed everything out of the cabinet. Everything. I pulled everything out of the cabinet. All the bottles, everything. I walked outside. I stood in front of my pops. I looked at my pops. My pops gave me a nod. I said, I bet. And I threw everything into the fire. Bottles, pacifiers, everything. Threw everything into the fire. Walked back into the house. I'm 1.5. Walk back into the house. I go pour myself a glass of Hawaiian Punch, because this Hawaiian Punch was in the smaller thing and not that big ass jug. Pour myself a glass of Hawaiian Punch, sat back on the couch, and I was watching TV. My mom came home, was like, where the hell are all of his cups? Where is all of his stuff? My pops is sitting there leaning. My pop's sitting there leaning with the old player lean, that Ron Isley lean, looking at me, and he tapped my mom on the shoulder and was like, look at him. He's sitting on the couch drinking some juice, watching cartoons. I knew from that point, I knew I'm down here to destroy some shit. I had to get back to that point. I had to remove everything that I had to remove everything that was based on emotional identity. When you go through this process of your shadow work, when you come to me and we peeling back those layers, that inner child healing process, that's the acknowledgement. Your whole inner child process, that is occult science. Your whole inner child process. 1 second. Your whole inner child process, guaranteed, it is all occult. It's all the occult mythos, and every mythos that you've ever read that is the blueprint to your inner child. That is the blueprint to your inner child aspect. That's the blueprint to that. Everything that you get when it comes into the alchemy and the magic, that's your adolescence. That's your emotional channel. That's your energy. Understanding how to channel your energy to create your identity. You've done it already. You've done it so many times. You created all these different shapeshifts. I'm a whole fucking shapeshifter. I shapeshifted on fucking the God Hour show fucking Wednesday. Everything that you sitting here trying to buck against, man, they got reptilians in the cabinets, and they got nigga, that's you. Bobby Hemmings already, that's you. They are nothing but they are the dim lighted projection of what you are. based on behavior. That's what happens when you stay within that behavior. That's the catalyst of you understanding your behavior. You looking at everything outside of you like that's the catalyst of you understanding your behavior. But when you haven't understood your urges and you don't understand the difference between that emotional attachment or emotional distress or spiritual stamina, it changes your whole entire outlook. We have been used to emotional attachment, emotional distress, emotional being attached to these wounds. So we're used to, well, I gotta go through this bad shit right here to get to something. You gotta write this damn script. We gonna get into this your spiritual stamina. Your spiritual stamina is you can't have emotional stamina, spiritual stamina without transparency. You can't have transparency. Do not exist until you understand how you need to tap into that spiritual stamina. Your spiritual stamina is honoring your thoughts and you honoring those downloads, honoring your thought, honoring that conversation you have with yourself. If I say that I'm thirsty, okay, I'm thirsty. Why am I thirsty? If I say that I'm hungry, why am I hungry? If I say that I'm frustrated, why am I frustrated? Frustrated, I keep being frustrated, and I had a high rage complex. That means when I got upset, I loved being upset because I could be everything that I wanted to be, and I can blame it on being upset. I was mad, I was upset, I've been going through some things, all this been happening, that's why I did it. Okay, living in the wound. If I was sad, same process. I was happy, same process. Whatever I was feeling at that time, I would act through that channel. So if I didn't do, or if something was not done based on that, then I can be like, see, that's why I don't do this. That's why I don't be opening up. That's why I keep my life private. I'm still private. But private is a byproduct. The privacy is a byproduct, just like secrecy is a byproduct. Secrecy is a byproduct of you being clothed, of how you work with your energy. I'm private. My privacy is still there based on me understanding my energy and being open. Me being open, me being raw, me being who I am. It's automatically going to cause. It's naturally going to create the boundary. It's up to them. It's not up to me to. I'm no longer going to lower. You don't lower boundaries. You lower barriers. You lower walls. You don't lower boundaries. You don't lower boundaries. Boundaries are a natural aspect of you being open. Boundaries are a natural aspect of you being vulnerable. Boundaries are a natural aspect of you being true to you. Barriers are created based on you not being open. Barriers are the compartmentalization of your life. That's based on you not being open. That's based on the internal conflict. That's the great wall that you build up against yourself. So you ain't got to deal with what the fuck you need to deal with. I might just make that a meme. As you looking at yourself in this space here, when you looking at yourself in this new aspect of yourself, and you really start saying, nigga, I am an asset. I can guarantee for almost everybody, when you first said you were an asset, I can bet my bottom etheric motherfucking dollar I can bet the $3 trillion I got in the ethers right now. That the first time that you said you were an asset, you used the definition of liability to explain how you were an asset. Now, what is a liability? Boundaries set themselves. Barriers Boundaries set themselves as you start to open yourself up because it's a natural part of the process. The barrier is based on emotional attachment. So if I'm still attached to a certain thought, I'll create a barrier I'll create a barrier to control the flow. So I'll give that example. For myself, when I was coming up, based on my rejection wound and my abandonment wounds, because based on my abandonment wounds, I created barriers to control the flow of how energy came to me. So if they were willing to run through this labyrinth to get to me, then they proved themselves worthy. They ran through all of the barriers, got to me a little bit. All right, cool. You worthy. You ran through my maze. But when they got to the middle of the maze, I was like, oh shit, I have nothing protecting me anymore. I got to create something else to protect me. So then you created that Minotaur. You created that Minotaur archetype in your life. You created the emotional vampire in your life. I couldn't be around them because they were emotional vampires. They were sucking me dry. No, they weren't. They weren't doing that to you. No, they weren't, sis. No, they weren't, bruh. What they did is they showed you an aspect of yourself that you weren't ready to see yet. They came to a point and asked you a question you weren't ready to answer yet. And then you sat there with yourself like, nah, I'm not ready for that answer. It's okay. It's okay. I've been there. Let Lucy help. Let Lucy aid you. But now I'm in a process where it's like my natural LLC mentality, the LLC mentality, the ownership mentality that is now synonymous to me, what I am, what Carlos does down here, what Carlos Potter does down here. I'm thinking about getting a lightning bolt tattoo on my face. I don't know yet. My brother, I remember one time me and my brother, we had a whole conversation about tattoos on the face, and my brother been going wild ever since. And I'm like, nigga, I need to catch. Maybe I need to start putting them on my face, or he's the example of the reflection of me putting them on my face. But yeah, but the LLC mentality that we're gonna, the Co-Alchemy Secret Society, the Co-Alchemy Society, the subscription aspect, that's coming out the same. That's where the retreats are going to be coming in under that aspect. That's the most. My plan is the idea and the thought I'm going to honor is, if you do not want to come to me for that one-on-one service, are we doing one-on-one services where we spread it out over this 30-day period, once a week, once, twice a week, you come see me. The retreat is going to be designed for the intense aspect. That means you want to come in there, nigga, I want to destroy some shit now. I'm ready to destroy everything now. You're going to be sitting in a space with me and you're going to be sitting in a space with me and the healers that I've chosen, or the healers that have chosen me, have chosen the space. And you're going to be in a space with us for 7 days, and it's going to be the most intense breakdown of yourself. That's how my retreats are going to work. They're going to be the most intensified boot camp on the fucking planet. When you leave, you're going to be, nigga, I'm at this level ultra instinct when I leave a camp with Papa Lucifer. That's the goal. That's the retreat aspect. But for yourself in that certain space, I remember sitting with myself for long periods of time, and I didn't want to sit with myself because I was afraid to acknowledge the script. Whenever you think about, I don't like being around by myself because I start thinking all these thoughts. You need to sit with yourself and think all them damn thoughts. You need to acknowledge that script that you kept writing. What script do you keep listening to? What script do you keep living by? You avoiding everything in your life through this. You avoiding everything in your life through this. You avoiding everything in your life through looking at that television. You avoiding everything in life instead of getting into your work. taking in that ownership. It's ownership mentality or nothing for me. It's LLC mentality or nothing for me. I'm always going to promote. I'm always going to push you to the hardest aspects of yourself and help you see it. I can help you see it, but it's up to you to take. It's up for you. It's up. I can say, okay, cool. I can go all day and say, hey, boom, here's a book. I got books all over this fucking shit. It's up to you if you gonna read the book. I can't make you read it. I can sit you down every single day and we can read the book together. Sure. But it's only gonna work where I'm at. Until you learn how to sync with your space, it ain't gonna work. That's the key to you unlocking everything that you want to unlock. You got to be in sync with your space. That means whatever the position that you in is the position that you need to be in. Stop trying to change positions. I'm gonna go do this. Or I'm gonna go build this. Or I'm gonna go do this. The position that you in is your space and your primary space and opportunity. You gonna stay in that space. You're gonna either stay in that space or keep replicating you're gonna keep replicating that same space until you learn the lesson. You sitting there every third relationship talking about I keep meeting the same ass nigga. You still stuck in emotional attachment. Every nigga that I meet say the same shit to me. Are you listening to what they're saying? Nah, because that nigga didn't have this, and that nigga didn't have that, and that nigga didn't have this, that nigga didn't have this. Every woman that come in my life keeps saying the same shit to me. Did you listen to him? Nah, because that bitch was this, and that bitch was this, and that bitch was this, and that bitch was this. You missing your lessons. You missing your lessons. And the longer that you sitting there missing the lesson, the harder they gonna keep coming in. The more every bitch that I fucked with was broken. If every chick that you fuck with was broken, that means something inside of you was broken, bro. If every nigga that you fuck with was broken, that means there's something inside of you that's broken. If every motherfucker you fuck with was childish, that means something inside of you with your inner child. You need to talk to your inner child. I just wish he was more mature. I just miss you got some inner child work to do, sis. You got some inner child work to do, bro. Every chick that you get with act childish as shit. You liked it in the beginning. What changed? Oh, you wanted to do something more. You got to initiate your inner child work. It's the difference between a childlike mindset and the childlike innocence. There's a difference. We got stuck. You're already, when you are broke, when you are in trauma, when you are in the traumatic state of yourself, you're in the childlike mindset already. Your whole script that got written based on the trauma and the events that happened in your life, that's the childlike mindset. That's the imprint. Childlike innocence is impact. If you have kids, like I got nieces and nephews, everything that they do impact your life in some type of way. Everything that they need gonna impact your life. Everything that they need gonna impact your life. Childlike innocence is impact, not imprint. But you, since you are stuck within the imprint of trying to make life be certain way or move down this certain, you want to go down a certain corridor, you gonna try to make everything imprint. I'm gonna get my kids everything that they know. That ain't how it work. No, sis, that ain't how it work. No, bro, that ain't how it work. But I'm this and this and this because they're this and this. All right, cool. If they're not what they are, then what are you? I don't know how many clients that I've had. I actually just started doing relationship counseling. But I don't know how many initial conversations that I have where the mother versus the father, the baby daddy, the baby mama, or the baby mother always say, I'm this way because he's that way. And then the next question that I ask is, I always ask the same question. If they weren't that way, then what would you be? I had a chick like this hang up the Zoom phone call with me. I was like, okay, you can hang up the Zoom phone call. You've already paid for this consultation. You can do whatever thou wilt. You already paid for the consultation. You're going to have to reschedule. If you don't reschedule within 30 days, if you don't reschedule within a certain amount of time, you're going to have to pay a reinstatement fee to come back into the space with me. I ain't playing that bullshit with you. I've had brothers come to me and be like, I'm this way because of my old lady and my baby mother because she's crazy. What would you be without her then? Because apparently there was something that you needed that you didn't define when you went into that space with her. Apparently there was something that you needed that you haven't defined that you needed in the space with him. That emotional attachment. We going into spiritual stamina. Ownership mentality is spiritual stamina. That's your ability to take. This is when you're honoring your thoughts on that higher level and you understand that everything that you do is going to cause destruction. Everything down here is separated for a reason. Stop trying to put it back together. I'm going to say that one more time. Everything down here is separated for a reason. Stop trying to put it back together. Everything down here is separated. Nah, it's separated because of the what? No, it isn't. It's separated because of the age. No, it isn't. Stop Asian. Everything down here is separated for a reason. It's separated. It's fragmented. It ain't meant to be put together down here. It ain't meant to be put together down here. That's one of the things that I had to learn for myself. I was like, why do I keep trying to put these broken pieces back together? Why? Maybe they're not supposed to be put together. Maybe, just maybe, the reason that they're broken up into these fragments is so that exactly the training ground. Maybe it's because I need to learn some shit. I can't take it. I can't swallow it whole. You can't swallow nothing whole. Even when you eat ice cream, it melts. You ain't taking nothing in whole. You take everything in fragments. Anyway, even when you eat ice cream, it melts. Even when you want to chew on ice, it melts. You don't take nothing in whole. Everything goes in fragments. That way you can define it. Nah, man, we need to get rid of the white people. What the fuck? Okay. Where are you going to put them? Where are you going to put them? We're going to put them back in their caves. Okay. In order to put them back in the cave, you got to go back to the point where the caves were persistent. That means you got to reverse engineer everything back to that point just to do that. They're already in their caves. You didn't understand it, nigga. You bought a cave. You sit here every single day of your life trying to buy a cave. You trying to buy a cave just like they trying to get caves. That's the house, i.e. the house. They took our land. Okay. They took your land. All right, cool. How you gonna get it back? If they gave you the land back, what you gonna do with it? You gonna have cookouts every day? You gonna have fish fries every day? It's gonna cost a lot. It's gonna take a lot of fucking fish fries. If it's gonna take a lot of fish fries for you to go buy the land back. You trying to be human. This is a business. That emotional attachment, that got you thinking that got you thinking human thought. That's the human thought. When you get into this LLC mentality, when you get into this dark energy of me, place $25. When you get into this, when you integrate with your shadow, you start seeing shit. When you integrate with your shadow, I talked about this in Dark Night of the Soul, and I talked about it again in what else did we talk about? We talked about it in Child's Play. When you integrate with your shadow, you see everything for what the fuck it is. That scary ass scene in everybody remember that scary ass scene in Constantine when that nigga was seeing motherfuckers' real faces? I see that shit all the fucking time. It's not but this is the learning point. This is the learning point. It's not my job to tell motherfuckers what the fuck they look like. That's the savior complex. Sister, let me tell you how you look like this. Bruh, let me tell you how you look like this. Nigga, they didn't invest into that. They didn't invest into that. So why the fuck would I give it out to you like that in that space? No. This is a business. You are a corporation. You are a brand. I talked about it last week. You are a brand. You are a corporation. You are automatically a company, period. You are a number. You are a zero. You are a series of zeros and ones automatically anyway. Every time that you go against the natural order, what do you think is going to happen? You keep going into the same bullshit because you keep going against the natural order. They only gave you, when they said you were, I said this last week, when they said you were 3/5 of a human and you trying to battle to be human, you are 3/5 of a human. The natural composition of you is going to be 3/5 human, or the 3/5 is your ego. Accept it. You want it to be all human. You want it to be all human, i.e. all emotional. You want it to be all human. The whole civil rights movement, all of these movements, all of these marches, all of these protests, is you wanting to be emotional. You want to be human. The human aspect of you is the emotional aspect. That's the emotion. You want to be emotional, but you don't want to understand your emotions. You want somebody to invest into you emotionally, but you don't understand your emotions. You don't know your emotional values. You a 0 and a 1. You're either a 0 and a 1. You're not a 0 or a 1. You're a 0 and a 1. That is your makeup. You are a series of zeros and ones. That's all that you are while you're down here. How you program the code of you being zeros and ones while you down here, that's what the fuck you came down here to learn. That's your inner child healing. Your inner child is a 0. Your emotional aspects or your emotional identity, that's the ones. That's the series of ones. That's when you want to be the best basketball player or the best actor or the best mother or the best father or the best sister or the best whatever the fuck you want to be. That's the series of ones. Those series of ones that you try to maintain is based on a series of zeros of your inner child. You got to become transparent. That's your inner child healing. You want to heal or not? You want to keep acting or not? What role do you want to play? Pick your role. You can be whatever role that you can be, whatever you like. And you can accept whatever comes with that. You can be whatever role that you want to play. You can be whatever role that you want to play. But the key to you playing that role is you must accept everything that comes with that role. That's like you looking at a basketball player. They created the identity as a basketball player. Everything that they're going to receive is going to come through the identity of them being an entertainer or a basketball player. If you want to be a doctor, everything that the role that you're going to play through that, it comes through that identity. The company, the representation that you now represent. You practicing. You never want to play. You always want to practice. That's the routine. You stuck in the practice. That means you ain't got the. That means you have not understood the confidence level in order for you to sit there and be like, "Yo, this is me. I'm me. I'm Papa Lucifer 24/7. I'm Papa Lucifer 24. I'm Papa Lucifer Zombie 24/7. 24/7. Every single day, all day. It's not an identity. That is me. That opens me up. That leaves me in a vulnerable space to whenever I can accept in compassion anybody's perception of me. The more transparent I am, the more I can see I can see the perceptions. If somebody says, "Oh, you said something about self 962 times and you're selfish." All right, cool, sis. Cool, bro. That's what you thought that I said. If you want to sit down and you want to have a conversation about what I said, you can either schedule a spiritual life coaching consultation for $40. If you want to come in my inbox and you want to have a conversation, it's going to cost you about $30. Or if you want to really start doing your work, you can get a consultation with me. It's $100. I can set my prices based on my value. That's ownership mentality. When you stuck in that fear-like narrative, you're going to try to make everything fit in the compartment. It never be your true self. You'll walk out here and be like, my mom still think I'm crazy. You got to deal with your mom then. My pops still think I'm crazy. You need to go have that conversation with your pops. Or go, you need to face whatever the fuck happened with your pops. Your pops is the way he is because you are you. You still calling your pops your pops. Your pops might be your brother from a past life. You still calling your pops, and your pops might be your son from a past life. That's why they still act childish as hell. You thinking in your mind, you created this identity in your mind that the reason that your mother acts childish or your father acts childish or your aunts or your uncle or your family is so fucking childish because you're still trying to give them the identity through the purpose of you're supposed to be my mom. Nah. They acting out exactly how they need to act out. Your mom was your daughter. Your mom was your sister. They're not, it doesn't come out of nowhere. It came from somewhere. Your mother wanted to be your best friend and your sister, and living in that image or in that thought process is because that's what they are. The more you become true to you, the more that they're going to start showing what they truly are. These snakes in the grass, these snake in the grass ass niggas. Nigga, you a snake. You equating snake to being something bad. You equating the snake to being something bad. But if you look at the Uranus, the two snakes wrapping around the staff of Thoth, the light and the dark aspect, they're shedding as they come to the top point. So what is bad about them being snakes? They only giving you aspects of yourself. They only giving you aspects of you. Only giving you aspects of yourself that you need to understand and learn for yourself. Get your stamina up. You tired all the time. You ain't got no spiritual stamina. You ain't done the real work. It's impossible for me to be tired. And when I am tired, in honoring my cycles of myself, you a snake. You a snake. You're Dracula. You're all, that's you. They all have lower and higher aspects. Every deity that you ever read about has lower and higher aspects. But you stuck in the lower aspects. All you can see is the lower aspects because you are the lower aspects. There's like over 500 Oyas that send me friend requests every fucking week on my fucking Facebook page. Every time they send me a friend request, I used to, like this before, I would send them a message in Messenger. I'd be like, so which Oya are you? One second. Every time someone hits me up, instead of me avoiding it now, I jump in. So if somebody sends me a request and I see Oya's in their name, a goddess send Oya in her name, I'm like, which Oya are you? I am the Oya. The ego kicks in. I'm the Oya. Which Oya are you? Are you the muddy water Oya? Or are you the final form of Oya? There's only one Oya. No, there's not. There's multiple versions of Oya. Which Oya did you decide to be? Which one are you? What level are you at? They get upset. They never answer back to the text. I'm like, boom, I did what I needed to do. I didn't avoid it. I transmuted the energy. You got to get out of this. In order to increase your stamina, you got to stop avoiding this shit. In order to increase your spiritual stamina, you got to stop avoiding these wounds. The more that you avoid the wounds, the emotional wounds, the more that you avoid the conversation that you need to have, the more that you avoid the healing that you need to get into, the lower your stamina is going to drop. Just like if you go to the gym or you start working out and your body breaks down in order for you to rebuild it, if you stop, then your energy is going to drop naturally. You got to keep advancing and going forward. Stop looking backwards. The liability mindset will have you always looking back. The liability asset has you sitting there keeping that nigga around because you saying he ain't got shit to live for. He lived for me. You are tapping into your goddess energy and you are accepting this low level offering because you are accepting lower level thoughts. Bro, you keeping shorty around that ain't doing shit for you, but maintaining the basic urges for you. You tapping in. You never stop being a god. You are accepting lower level offerings for your energy in return. You ain't taking ownership for yourself. All that bias bullshit ain't work. They don't work up here. Bias don't exist at this level. Those wounds don't exist at this level. You're bringing that shit into your house. Ain't no one bringing that shit into your house but you. Ain't no one bringing the issues that are inside of your relationships, your friendships. You brought those there. Didn't no one bring them there? They brought them there as a secondary catalyst to you bringing them there. You brought those problems. They're only reflecting those problems to you. They're the mirror. Here we go. I'm tired of niggas and all this. Okay, cool. You done met 90. You done met 90 motherfucking Scorpio women, and you don't like Scorpio women, but Scorpio is your rising sign. They all had a lesson. You didn't want to learn it. You upset at every Aquarian nigga that came into your life, but not understanding, like, nigga, where's Aquarius in my chart? You upset at every Pisces nigga, every Pisces woman, and nigga, they keep coming in your life. But because you want to subsequent to an urge, and this is the aspect of your emotional attachment, when you're stuck in attachment, you stuck in your urges. When you're stuck in emotional attachment, you stuck in your urges. What you thought was normal in the human level, that shit ain't fucking normal. That's abnormal as fuck to us. That's abnormal as fuck to us up here. That's abnormal as fuck to when you really in your healed self. That's abnormal as fuck to you. You mean because you stressed, you want to do this? Because you upset, you want to do this? Because you want to avoid some shit, that's the only reason you want to do it? Because that's what the basis is, based on an urge. An urge is a venting system. The urge is the lower vibration of you venting to a certain point to get a certain amount of energy. That means when you don't get it, you get upset. Now your inner child that has not been disciplined, I forgot when you made that post. That shit was for me to bring it up and to remember that when you made that post, I was like, Nick, yeah, you can sit there. You gonna get real fucked up in yourself. Sitting here with yourself, trying to be like, I want to do it this way or I want to do it that way. No, it don't work that way. That's your ego trying to keep you That's your ego trying to keep you within comfort. Whenever I was like, killing your ego, we only work with the living. As an occult side, I only work with the dead. I only work with the living. If it has not went through the transition of the dead, it's still living. It's still existing. I don't work with the existing. I shine. When you become illuminated, you shine light on the existing surfaces. You only shine the light on what is existing. When you apply what you see through the light in your illumination to the existing, you kill it. You kill the existing. That's the death. Then you come into this process over here where it's living. I'm living. I'm living. I can maximize my potential because I'm living. Anybody that's still dead, they'll look at me and be like, nigga, you ain't living. You don't have this, and this. Nigga, I don't need that to live. You need that to die. You need that to fall away, because the moment that it fall away, you feeling like you dead with yourself. I work in the world. I work in the realm of the living, what is now visible, or the spiritual. I have the spiritual stamina to create anything that I need in this space over here. Everything down here is going to be based on the destruction protocol. I never take in, I'm empty, so I never take in what I don't need. I'm always going to have the most minimalist aspect of what I need. Now, as I start moving forward into the examples of what we get into, this LLC mentality of becoming synonymous, once you integrate with your shadow, that's when you can become the builder. You cannot become the builder until you integrate with your shadow. You will not maximize your potential, your purpose, until you integrate with your shadow. You still got shit you don't want to let go of. you ain't gonna build shit. Let me correct that. No, let me give it like this. The only thing that you are going to create with the only thing that you will be able to mimic, rather, without an integrated shadow or doing your shadow work, the only thing that you're going to be able to mimic is the external aspect. I got a house, I got a car, I got some money, I got a good job, I got this, and this, and this. All of this is servitude. All of this is servitude. You can't write your crib off. You can't write your car off. You can't write off none of the maintenance for your car. That means you in service to it. If you cannot write it off, you in service to it. You can't write your rent off, you in service to your rent. You in service to the liability. I'm in the mindset now over here. I'm lit over here. I done read so much shit on how to buy shit with credit and all and the shit that I'm building right now over here. This allows me to be in this mentality over here and feed this mentality over here, because I'm gonna give you the trippiest part of what once you realize this game changing aspect, regardless. Matter of fact, let me go get the damn wait. I got it. 1 second. I'm over here like Bobby Hemmett sweating and shit. Once I understood without bias, if you have not read The Gnostics, this book, if you ain't picked up this book, or you picked up this book and you can't quite understand why they keep talking shit about humanity, and you keep feeling some type of way, so you keep closing the book. My purpose in advancing, because it's going to happen here regardless. My purpose as a healer, as a shaman, as the psychotherapist, as when I do what I do, is not to live. It's the same thing as the line when Jay-Z says, I can't help the poor if I'm poor. So when I became rich, it was the win-win. That's the mentality of ownership. I can't aid anybody in their growth if I'm one of them. So by natural succession, as I grow, I become the example. I understand that I am an asset. I'm no longer in a liability or lacking mindset. I'm no longer in a biased mindset. I am now in a transparent. I'm now in a position of transparency. I can see all. I understand that I don't know shit. Now I can know all. That's the only way that I can be here every Friday. I can drop the podcast, work with my clients, and build. But the key is that I have to keep building, regardless. When you stuck in that liability mindset, you still a builder. You're only mimicking. You're not building anything in the liability mindset. You're not building anything. As long as you still have traumas that you haven't dealt with, you can't build anything. You only can simply mimic. This whole system is based on mimicking. You don't have to buy the house out in full. You can just rent it. You ain't got to buy the car out in full. You can just lease it. I remember me and my homie. I remember one time back in I remember when renting rims became a thing. I was like, nigga, you can rent rims? Nigga, as long as you remaining in the trauma, you can rent your entire life. You gonna rent your entire life. But here's the key. It's a projection. You are purchasing the projections. You are purchasing the fragments of the light, or you are only purchasing the broken fractures of the glass ceilings of others. You can go back to slavery, because slavery wasn't real. You can go back to slavery. You still living in that liability mindset. We took the worst parts of the animal and the worst parts of the pig and we made soul food. You still been living that same script your entire life. You living that same script right now. You took the worst house that they gave you and you renting it out. You renting it. You took the used car and you paying a payment on a used car just to say that you got a car. That's my car. No, it ain't. It ain't your car until you own it. Actually, it ain't your car until you can write it off. They let you lease that car out every fucking month on schedule. And they can write that shit off on their taxes. You can't write it off on your taxes. They can write it off on theirs under a sublease clause. They leased it out to your ass. They write your house off every year because they still pay the taxes on the house. They write it off, not you. You in servitude to them and trying to maintain the projection of broken glass from them. Ownership mentality, yeah, it's building from scratch. The shit that I've learned just in this year alone, in the first couple of months, has changed my entire perception of how I'm going to act, how I move and how I talk, how I make my moves, what I'm absorbing, what I move, how I operate. That's the illusion. But we got to break out of it. You are the matrix. You are the matrix. Own it. You are the matrix. Own it. You are the matrix. Own it. You are the framework of the matrix. You still want to be stuck on, they built this country on our backs of slaves. Okay. That's nice. Own it. You trying to take this false sense of entitlement that you're supposed to get something from it. Okay, that's nice. That's cool. That's great. You already did it. What are you going to do now? Own the shit. My entire goal by the end of this year, as one of my personal goals, or one of my business goals, actually, one of my goals is when I go into 2022, everything will be a write-off. That same thing when motherfuckers talking about every month they cutting motherfuckers off, you're doing it wrong. I'm cutting motherfuckers off every month. Nigga, you ain't made nothing off that investment. That's all you're doing is flushing. The equivalent to a drug dealer flushing all their work down the toilet is the equivalent to motherfuckers talking about every month they got to cut people off. If I have to announce that I cut you off, I didn't really cut you off. If I have to announce that I cut you off, I didn't cut you off. If you naturally fall the fuck off, you gonna feel it. I ain't gotta say shit. You gotta change your mindset. This is stamina over here. This is your spiritual stamina. You're no longer going to be sitting here playing with the idea. Stop playing with the idea and not honoring your thought. That's what has you fucked up. You playing with the thought. The thought automatic, soon as you breathe breath into that idea, it already lives. You playing with it based on emotional attachment, and then you sitting there mad when shit don't happen the way it need to happen. You gave it life. You didn't define what the fuck it was when you birthed it. So now, of course, it's going to do whatever fuck it need to do to survive. When you look at it that way, you see why they're doing everything they need to do to survive. You ain't defined them yet. You ain't defined what they were inside of your life. I remember when I first read the book Dirt. When I read the book Dirt, the behavioral aspects of the creation of the white man, and when I read Muhammad's book on ice cream with the creation of the white man story and the Yaqub story and all of these stories, I was like, oh shit. When I first read them, I was like in that enemy phase. Everything's an enemy outside of me. But then when I really read it, when I went back and it was already imprinted inside of my mind. So when I really started doing my shadow work, it started popping back up. And I was like, oh, that's what they are. I have to define what the fuck they are in my life. What is their definition? What are they in my life? I no longer look at them as a bias of like, white people are bad and black people are bad and racism and all that shit. All that shit went out the fucking window. Because in order for me to honor my lineage as a shaman, I can't carry bias. In order for me to carry the lineage or to honor my lineage or to keep getting this energy that I'm working with, I can't dishonor myself by staying in the bias. I can't sin or the lack of knowledge. Sin only means the lack of knowledge, not standing on your square. So I can't keep dishonoring myself or sinning or not applying to the knowledge that I receive. I got to keep moving forward. I can't be like, well, man, like you can come with me. The path that I'm on is biometrically and chemically tuned to me. When you think about atoms, crazy shit about atoms, you don't touch shit ever. You don't touch shit. Atoms can't touch. Atoms naturally repel. That's what the body is meant to repel. You don't touch shit. What you touch, what the feeling that you feel is the emotional aspect. That's how you get into the urge. You got the feeling to go do some shit. It's an urge you ain't defined. Because once you realize that, and you like realize you get your emotions in balance, you ain't gotta be there to touch anything. You want some straight mobster shit. I ain't gotta be there to touch you. I don't know how many times I've had conversations with beloved, and I felt it. I felt when you went to sleep, felt when you woke up. I felt that shit. That's the mindset that you in now. You ain't got to be there anymore. There is no need to actually have to be there. If you still, and let me break this down. Everything else is secondary to the primary aspect of you being into attuning yourself. Everything else is going to be naturally secondary. Naturally secondary. The old aspect of, I give you an example. I deal with most of my clients via Zoom calls and via like this. This is how I deal with my clients, via Zoom calls. It ain't because of COVID. It's because I'm here and they in other places. But after I do a reading with them, the way that they feel after this being in the space, I created the space for them for us to have that conversation. They feel their process. They feel things falling apart. They feel things falling off. The secondary aspect is like if I got to go into that space with them. If someone asks for like, yo, you do personal, I'll travel, I'll come, but it's going to be at a certain price. If you're not local to where I'm at, then it's gonna be a price. Cause nigga, I'm not going to pay for the gas. You gonna pay, you gonna invest into this work. But when I started understanding this, it really helped me understand why I don't miss shit. I don't miss anything. I don't miss people at all. They're always present. When I understood this, when I understood why this was always my go-to when I was young, when I was in the adolescent phase building these identities, now when I went back to it, like, I see why I don't miss people. I see why I don't, because I don't, the need for physical is different for me. The definition of physical interaction is different for me. Physical interaction with me is of, not a part. Physical reaction is of, not a part. I.e. remote viewing, i.e. remote viewing in queuing psychomancy. I ain't got to touch you to do what I need to do. I ain't got to touch you to make you feel a certain type of way. This is how this whole shit works based on emotion. I need some energy from you. I'm gonna get it from you when you're angry. I can get it from you when you're sad. I can create something based on emotional attachment. Every time that you feel some type of way about something that happened on the news, it's exposing and triggering your emotional attachment. Every time you feel some type of way when you watch a movie, it's exposing emotional attachment. That's the decode. That's what's being decoded. You have an emotional attachment. Everything else is secondary. You can say they've been putting it in our food forever. They've been doing this forever. They've been doing this. They've been doing that. They've been doing this. That's all secondary shit. That's all secondary. They got us under mind control. That's secondary. You acknowledging the mind control, the next step for you is to accept inside of you what points inside of your psyche are implants of the program of the mind control. That's what that when you come to me for psycho and that when you come to me for that consultation, that's what we gonna start. That's what we getting into. When you leave from me, you ain't gonna be the same. Because when I left myself, I wasn't the same. So in reflection to that, I don't expect you to be the same. I accept you for what the fuck you gonna be. But when you leave me, you ain't gonna be the same. That's all a part of my design. My dynamic design is a human. My dynamic design is a manifested generator. I'm supposed to initiate, inform, and destroy shit. I'm not a projector. I'm not a generator. I'm not just simply a generator or a builder. I'm not just simply a manifester or a thinker. I'm not receptive. I'm a manifester generator. That's my dynamic design. Frustration is when I'm not myself. So if I'm frustrated, I'm not in the right mindset. That's not part of my design. My design is never to be frustrated. So in order for me not to be frustrated, guess what I got to define? Guess what I got to look at? The things that make me upset. Why they make me upset. So when a trigger of frustration is to appear, that's something that I have to learn. My head, if I showed you my human design chart, my head is wide the fuck open and it's all 61s. 61 is the number of the occult. That is the hidden. That is the mysterious. That's the mysterious. That's the occult. That's the mystery. That's everything higher level shit. My head wide open for that. So if I'm frustrated, I can't get into the mystery. If I'm frustrated, I can't get into the hidden. I can't get into the hidden aspects. So what naturally happened in my soul contract? everything to make me frustrated. Everything was a part of the design to keep me frustrated. So I can learn how to work and master no longer being frustrated. Learned myself, my zeros and ones, my dynamic. I accepted the dynamic that I gave myself. I accepted the handicap that I put on myself to learn me. I'm ancient as fuck. I'm like 962 million years old. I slept through the entire civil rights movement. I remember when I came down, I was like, I had 3 choices to come down here. I remembered the choices. I could have came down here during the civil rights movement. I could have came down here during the Cleopatra phase with Alexandra and all them shits. I could have came down here in one of those spaces, but I made the decision I didn't want to do them too, so I was left to this last one. Nigga, come down now. Came down in the 80s to learn the lessons that I needed to learn, embrace my lessons, and do what I'm doing now. You've always been doing what you've always been doing what you're supposed to been doing. The key is accepting the confidence in removing, as I talked about last week, removing the shame, the doubt, the guilt, raising your energy out of shame, doubt, grief, guilt, the lower frequencies. That's what you down here for. You trying to maintain that identity maintains those old frequencies. This is why when people start falling up out of your life and you start feeling some type of way, that's why you got to acknowledge that shit. That's going to give you your stamina. That's going to give you the stamina that you need to move forward. Not none of this, but the white people are doing this. They're doing what they're supposed to do. My mom keep doing this. She doing what she's supposed to do. My sister keep doing this. She doing what she's supposed to do. My friend that never can seem to get right is doing this. They're doing what they're supposed to do. What are you learning? The longer that you stay around it, the longer that you... I've said this in a podcast before. The longer that you remain a liability to yourself, you are an asset to others. Becoming an asset to others is the humanity or the emotional attachment, the emotional wound. Remaining, getting all stuffy and shit. Remaining as long as you remain a liability to yourself, that means you're not addressing yourself, not taking accountability, not taking responsibility for you, what you are, where you are, and learning yourself in your healing process. You are an asset to everybody else. As long as you remain an asset to everybody else, what they got to learn? What they going to do? You an asset to them. You an asset as long as you stay traumatic. You are an asset as long as you stay within the barriers of your trauma. You are an asset to everything outside of you as long as you ain't dealing with your trauma. If you ain't working on yourself, you an asset to everything else. Did you ever think about that? Because think about it like this. I give you an example. As long as I was avoiding dealing with home issues and the internal issues, I was the best employee at all my jobs. I was the best employee. I was the model employee. I was the ideal employee at all of my jobs. Every single time. I noticed that when I started working on internal issues at my job, nigga, I became horrible. If I got into a relationship, my job, what is that shit? My work ethic at my job went down every time I got into a relationship. Every time I had a friendship. Every time I started working on myself, or doing for myself, everything outside of me fell apart. Why? Because I was no longer an asset. I was no longer an asset to the external world. I was a liability. I became a liability to them. When you working on yourself, you becoming an asset to you, you become a liability to everybody else because they can't use you. They can't use the same tool. They can't use the same banking strat. They can't use the same strategies that they used before. I can't go back to the civilian world. I can't go back there. I can't work a regular job ever again. I can, of course, but I have to put on a certain identity to do it. And that would be dishonoring where I'm at now. But what stops you is that comfort level that you get into. You got comfortable over there. I'm saying that from experience. I got comfortable. I got comfortable being paid every week based on promoting somebody else's shit. I got comfortable with that shit. I got comfortable working in restaurants, and we got promotions. I'll use Red Lobster because that was my last job in the physical realm. My last attachment to the physical realm was Red Lobster, job-wise. I got used to working their promotions. I got used to hanging up the signs, and I was the ideal employee, so I made for that space. The lesson that I had to learn was how to promote myself, how to represent myself, the ingredients that I applied to my works. So now that I'm in the space that I'm in now, when you look at my Facebook page, that shit is fucking business as usual. You can call it by ear. Like every Monday, you gonna see every post for the podcast. Throughout the week, you seen every post for the podcast. I'm here to disrupt shit. You here to disrupt some shit, not make shit look better. Because you only can build in the higher aspects of yourself. Everything naturally trickles down. It's everything from the macrocosm or the ethers comes down into this microcosm. And it goes into where it needs to go into. It fits based on the emotional aspect. The more balanced your emotions, the more shit you're able to destroy. The more imbalanced your emotions, the more shit that you creating down here. That's the key to you getting locked down here. It's emotional imbalance. So the more they keep you rallying and protesting and marching, and the more your baby father keep you at odds with how you raise the kids, the more your baby mother keep you at odds with how you raise the kids, the more your sister and your brother and your family keep you at odds with how you live in your life in that emotional imbalance, the more you stay locked down here. But as you start facing it and you start realizing that your emotional aspect and you no longer are emotionally attached, you start understanding the secure attachment or the secure connection. Now you in this space over here. Now you above that. So now you don't feel bad for saying, I'm above that shit. That's beneath me. That's beneath me. There's shit that's beneath me. The only way that I acknowledge it now is there's a price point to it. That's ownership mentality. Your energy, regardless, is going to be fed on. Are you able to write it off, or are you able to capitalize on it? Because I'm gonna give you a secret. If you didn't know, now you're going. If you didn't know, and if you didn't know, now you're about to know. And if you did know, it's going to validate it. All that old shit from the old paradigm is being washed the fuck out. All that old shit based on avoidance is being washed the fuck out. That's why right now, if you go to whoever page or whoever YouTube channel, whoever shit, and you're noticing that they're only talking about the same things at a certain level of a certain aspect. They can't go any further. They will not come into a certain realm of thought. Because coming into this new realm of thought is going to require them to throw everything out that they've just been using the entire time. I want you when you leave from me, whether you listening to the lecture your first time, you've been rocking with it for a while, every time you leave a lecture, everything changes in your entire mind. That's my purpose. My purpose is not to make you think the same way that you always thought based on what and when. I want you thinking based on how and why. And applying based on how and why. That's the formula that's being used down here is how and why. How and why, how being the emotion and why being the catalyst. How is the emotional attachment and why is how it works. That's the science. How questions the emotional attachment and why exposes the trigger. Why does this happen? Why does this keep happening inside of your life? Well, I remember when I was 5 and I remember an argument between my mom and my dad. And I remember that argument. After that argument, my dad left. I remember the argument when I was 8 years old between my mom and my pops left. He left mentally. My pops left. My pops was still there physically, but he left mentally. He left mentally. No, he didn't leave mentally. He left emotionally. Or what rather actually happened was the day that when I was 8 years old and the traumatic event that happened for me between that argument between my mom and my pops left emotionally after I turned 12. When I found out when I got the information of who my father was, my pops left emotionally. He left my life emotionally. And subsequently, he left my sisters and brothers' lives emotionally. Everything my pops did from that point was based on mental. None of it had heart in it. At all, period. So my entire from 12 to when I became 18, I saw the example of no emotion. But since I was going to go visit my father, I learned emotion from that aspect. So instead of me looking at it based on my pops didn't love me and all of these things, that needed to happen for me to go into the dark side. My pops was the poppy that all these niggas got something to sniff from. That every time I heard that rap lyric, the reason that I was listening to those lyrics and hearing that, yo, Poppy's the one I go get something the gift to go get something to sniff. I loved Killer Season because the nigga that Cam ushered in as his plug, his connect, that nigga looked just like my fucking uncle. I was able to see in every aspect of my life why everything was happening the way it was happening. Once I accepted it, everything became easier. I was like, yep, it's time for me to do this. I remember the points in time in my life where I was like, I remember having a conversation with my mother, one of my brothers and sisters, one of my brothers, my brother Dallas, and I was sitting there with him and I was like, yo, bruh. He was like, I broke it down one time. My brother did my biological brother or my karmic brother. He did some dumb shit. Me and him had to go ride out to go find him wherever he was at. Me and my brother, this was like the one and only conversation that we ever had to this depth of level. And we were sitting in the car at a gas station, and it was a Godfather's Pizza. We went in and got some pizza and shit. And we sitting in the car, and in that moment, we had one of the deepest conversations. I don't remember it. I remember the feeling of it, so I can go back and pull it back up. But I don't remember the conversation. He was talking about his mother and his traumas and his wounds. I was talking about my mother and my wounds and me living a double life. And I was like, I don't know why I'm living a double life. The entire time of me living a double life is because my North Node is in Gemini. I was destined to live a double life because my North Node is in Gemini. My life was meant to be split up at a point in time. That was my soul contract. So when I studied soul contracts, I was like, nigga, this shit makes sense. This is the application process. This is what I counsel on. I was like, nigga, that's why my life was split up. That's why I was maintaining. That's why I couldn't cut off. That's why when I was in earlier relationships, it was like before a relationship ended, I was in another mindset with another relationship. Or if I was in a relationship, somehow every woman that I was with at that point in time, they had another life that they were trying to live they were living a life that they had defined for themselves outside of the life that I defined for myself. It was always a split. There was always a reason for a split. It was all based in my North Node. Until I understood it, I couldn't accept it. Until I acknowledged it, I couldn't accept it. This is shadow work. This is you getting into the depths of your shadow work. I done been through my dark night of this fucking soul. I've been through my dark phase. I've been through the dark phase. I'm on the other end. That's why I'm wearing this yellow shirt right now. Because you told me 8 years ago, you told me 5-6 years ago, nigga, you gonna be wearing a yellow shirt, delivering information to a bunch of people. Nigga, I would look at you like you lost your fucking mind. But then I had to think about it. I was like, nigga, I've always been giving out seeds and information to people. The only difference now is I'm in full confidence of what I speak. I'm not looking at it based on a bias. I'm not going to deliver it based on you ain't going to be interested. I'm not going to give that spell out. I want you to fucking be the fucking best. When I say that Monday through Thursday, if you follow me on Facebook, Monday through Thursday, you follow me on Instagram, you get the remnants. You follow me on Facebook or you can go on the channel after this. Every meditate and elevate that I do, I'm always giving you a topic that's changing your way of thinking. That's my purpose. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. Since I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, the natural destructive process, the alchemical process that needs to happen is happening so I can become more transparent. You have to go through this process of maturing yourself. This is why when I break it down to people about manifestation, the first round of your manifestation, of you trying to manifest things, the first thing that comes up is going to be the least sought out aspect, depending on where you're at. It's going to be the least sought out aspect. That means you want the best relationship in the world. And then let's say I'll use the example of Why Did I Get Married? Y'all remember that scene in Why Did I Get Married? If you haven't seen that Medea movie, it was a good one. And she was sitting there like, I'm going to the top of this mountain to fix my marriage or to fix my relationship or to fix my marriage or my relationship. When I looked at that when I looked at it again, I was like, when she went up there, she did fix her relationship. She had to learn herself all over again. She had to learn herself for the very first time. She was stuck on a mountain, learning herself for the very first time. And the nigga that she met was the nigga that was the reflection of her showing her how to love herself for the very first fucking time. Oh my God, I never looked at it that way. That's an example of what I do. That's an example of what my purpose is. That's an example of what your purpose is. It's Bobby Hemming said that shit in almost every other fucking lecture. If it makes you feel good, it's not really information. If it challenges you to make you better, that's what it's really, that's the knowledge. I'm not here to give you shit that you've heard before. Why? If I was here to give you, I put it like this. If I was here to make you feel better, if I was here to make you feel good, we could have spent the last 3 hours talking about whatever happened in the news, and I would have asked you how you felt, and you would have been like, yeah, man, because the white man is the devil and all that shit. And you would have felt good. I would have got a bunch of views. You would have felt good. You would have you would have done some shit. You would have invested into it, and you would have felt good. You'd be back next week. My purpose, LLC mentality, ownership mentality is when you leave from a lecture, just like if you leave from a podcast, when you leave from a live that I drop, when you leave from a reading that I give you, when you leave from the consultation, when you leave from the healing for me, it's to truly, when you leave from the space that we created together, you've birthed a new aspect of yourself. You're no longer looking back at what you came from as an attachment or an identity. Okay, that's all it was. At the end of the day, everything from this point, as an example, everything from this point, when you look back at it, it's exposing the identity of what it was. That's the exposure. It's nothing sinister to it. Because when I say sinister, it's nothing bad. Sinister is exposing the negative aspects that served you. That's all sinister is to me. So my sinister attempt, my sinister plan, my sinister plot is to expose. I'm not going to expose shit that you already knew. I'm going into the depth of exposing your emotional wounds. If you got some emotional wounds, that's what we're going to work on. I don't give a shit about anything else. Why would you want me to? Ask yourself an honest question. Would you want me to sit here and spend 3 hours telling you about some white man? That's not what you came here for. That's not what has you locked into this space. That's not what brought you here. That's not what resonates with you. I'm speaking to your soul. There's a reason that my spiritual, the reason that the name that bestowed upon me, other than being Carlos, the sun, or being Papa Lucifer, the desire, showing your aspects of yourself, the crossroads, Samdi, there's a reason that these aspects have became into my space. That's my purposing. This is what I am. That's the conduit that is the conduit that I'm chosen, that has been chosen, that I am in this space. I ain't here for you to feel good. I want you to be fucking better. If I wanted you to feel good, I tell you go do some dumb. I just broke down the aspects about you renting your life based on projection. Old shatters and shards about other people. I can't apply that if I'm not doing it to myself. Everything that I do is based on that aspect. But as we do it this time, all the time, ooh, I like that one coming up next. Yes, I'm still watching. Let's confirm it. Ooh. But yes, I've been going in for the next 3 hours. This is the question and answer period. This is where it does not have to be about the topics that we just discussed. It can be any topic, whatever question pop into your mind. As the great master teacher Bobby Hemming would say, every question is an answer. So if you have a question, pop it up over there in the comments. While you formulating questions, you had a thought or a question, and you put it over here in the comments. I'm gonna shuffle up these cards. I'm gonna make this post again real quick. I should have did it earlier, but I didn't. Gonna paste this right here. Do. Love and support. There we go. Dude, I'm gonna post this right here. I'm gonna pin it this time. There we go. That message has been pinned. If you have a question, you want to do that, building that question, whatever. This is the time for that. This is that question and answer period. While y'all formulating questions, I'm shuffling up the cards. I got the Oracle deck over here. I got one of my favorite decks over here. So if you desire a reading, go ahead and drop that donate. Do it. You can drop a donation in there. That love aspect, however much you want to put into there, and I'll pull you 5 nice little cards, and we can do a build from there. Ask your question. If you do not want to ask that live question, all of the services are within the description of the video, the description of the lecture. You want to set up a consultation, you want to set that up, set it up, inbox, hit the number. The number's the number's in the description. 910-777-7708. That's the number. Send me a text. Say hello first. Say Grand Rising, good morning, whatever it is. Announce yourself first. That way we can do that build and we don't get better. My thought process for myself in breaking this glass ceiling that we keep getting stuck in, the glass ceiling is protesting. The glass ceiling is rallying. The glass ceiling is trying to maintain these old traditions. The glass ceiling is trying to maintain all these old aspects. We're reading Crystal Moore's we all degenerates. I am just overwhelmed. I don't know where to start. My inner child got so much going on. I've never heard anyone speak or talk about the things you have been within this space. And you won't. And that's with all honesty to myself. Like, you won't. What Crystal just said is like, that's the truth to the aspect of why I'm in the space that I'm in, because I've never heard anybody speak to the level of this. I've never heard anybody speak to this level. I've never heard anybody dare to speak to this point at all. Like, I've never heard anybody really talk about shadow work, really dealing with avoidance wounds. Every time that I heard it in my lessons that I've learned, heard. Let me look. It's coming through. Matter of fact, let me open this real quick. Let me open up the Kiss app so I can see when things come through. All right, I see it. Yep, there it goes. Go to this page right here. Boom. Just sent that response back to that heart reading on that. Yeah. But what I noticed, and now I'm gonna do Andrea's reading. What I noticed for myself in my space, it was like I never seen this happen. It's like I never seen anybody really talk about the in-depth aptitudes of shadow work. Like I always heard people talk about it was always the regurgitation. Like every time I heard someone talk about the dark night of the soul, shadow work, it was always still mystic. But then I remember listening to Panic, Brother Panic, listening to Bobby Hemmett, and I remember listening to Panic a lot. And he said something. He was like, if you can't simplify it, then you haven't applied it yet. If you have not simplified it, if you cannot simplify it, you have not applied it. And that stuck to me. I was like, nigga, I'm like, if you rock and you first time, second time, you rocking, you're noticing that I simplify everything. I'm simplifying everything down to a level without being, it's not condescending. When I hear people simplify things, it's always this condescending tone. So that was something that I had, like, I'm learning from everything. So it's like, damn, y'all niggas really don't, y'all simplify, but it sounds condescending when you're trying to say it. I don't want you, I want you to, you gonna feel what you, I put it like this, you gonna feel what you gonna feel regardless. I shouldn't have to make you feel some type of way. That's a natural, that's a byproduct. How you feel is a byproduct to me. Just like the confidence and how you make somebody feel, that's a byproduct to you. What lesson did you learn? When you separate from understanding that how others' perception is a byproduct to you, that's when you can start to integrate with yourself. We can get stuck in the emotional attachment of using others' perceptions to be, oh, their perception of me is who I am, because you're still trying to live in a certain identity. I said it in five lectures ago. I ain't been black for the last 2 years. That's an identity to me. I'm beyond that spectrum. And I accept if somebody sit there and look at me and be like, nigga, how you saying you ain't black? That means you a coon and all that. Like, nigga, I'm not a color anymore. I'm beyond that. I don't live there anymore. That house is vacant. I can put whatever I want into that house. That means when I'm in my perception of myself, yes, that's the authenticity of myself. Therefore, like, if I have to go through that, if now that I understand that the identity of being black, the identity of being this or whatever it is, that's simply an identity based on perception. So naturally, since I'm in my higher self, honoring my thoughts, when it matriculates down through that space, my job is to destroy that house. I have no fear in destroying the house of being black. I have no fear of destroying the house of being any biased or any cognitive dissonance or any cognitive bias. I have no problem destroying shit. I am a destroyer. This is my mother. I show this almost every other lesson. This is my mother. This is my mother. My mother says destroy shit. Yes, mother, I shall destroy things. That's what I am. But let me do this reading while you guys are formulating your aspects of your question. If you have any, like, put them in your mind. I'm about to do we're doing Andrea's reading real quick. Then I'm gonna do a collective reading for everybody. I'm gonna do a collective reading as well. Judging the energy in the space. All right. Andrea wants to know if she's on the right path. The answer is always going to be yes, you're on the right path because you're where you need to be. Understand, it's not about being on the right path, it's accepting that the position that you are in is the position that you need to be in. There's a reason that you're in the position that you're in. Similar to, like, there's a reason that I'm in the position that I'm in, and I had to accept the authenticity of that. I'm in the right position. My brother that's chimed in said always yes. My brother is in the right position. I've watched my brother I watched my brother from like square one when we first like linked up and had conversations till now, and I'm watching him like the things that he says, I'm like, he's in his position. He understands it, he knows it, he's in the position that he needs to be in. I got you. That's always making sense. All right. Detail career-wise. Staying put. Yes, you can get a reading if possible. Everything is possible. Nothing is impossible. But yeah, career-wise, I'm going to tell you this right now. In the detail of a reading with me, when I do a detail reading, we don't work like the key aspect is embracing discomfort. That's always going to be the main point. But we about to lay out your path right now. First card that I just pulled off was the Empress. The first card that I pulled was the Empress. One more second while I go. 1 second. The Empress represents internal. Why do you feel like people believe themselves? I'm gonna read his because his whole question is gonna have me in another thought process. The Empress card represents internal. The Empress represents the internal elements. So when it comes into the aspects of your career, actually, you're going to bring yourself into the question that we're going to be building around with the Empress is the internal aspects of you. So the internal elements of your career-wise, the internal aspects of your path-wise is going to be based on internalizing. So I'm already seeing internalizing based in that energy. If we sit here and play with the cards some more, I love playing with the cards. Let them just do what they do. They tell me to keep playing with them. The second card is the Knight of Wands. The Knight of Wands represents the aspects of your energy as you're internalizing, is if the space that you're in right now, the path that you're on right now, is going to be taking you further into yourself. That means right now, your path is the path that you're on in this time and in this space is going to be taking you into the internal elements of your works, where you're at right now. So the focal point in you moving forward in the decisions of your job, of your path, where you're at right now is based on going internal. The path that you're set in right now is going to be taking you into the internal, into the deep aspects of yourself. So if you're feeling right now, I'm feeling that aspect that you're feeling like you're questioning these things before you even ask the question. You're feeling if you're in the right space, it's triggering those internal workings to become more transparent upon. And that goes into the aspects of judgment. Third card being judgment. All right, cool. We got that. We got crystal next. It's going to be the aspect of judgment. As you start going internal, as you're starting to go internally, you're going to start feeling those triggers of the judgments based on you're shifting from judgment to discernment. Internalizing challenges judgment. Judgment is an external aspect of ourselves. When we as we're judging, when you're basing things based on judgment, it's always the external aspect or an external narrative. Discernment is an internal narrative. So your path that you're on right now, the path that you're in right now, is going to be taking you into that internal aspect based on your decisions. It's going to be challenging a lot of the old things that you used to judge. The ways that the becauses. I'm doing this because of this. I'm doing this because of this. I'm doing this because of this. You're going to start you've been feeling a lot of that. Like, well, I want it, but then this and then this. And then what about this? But wait, what about? That's the aspect of that judgment. As you're learning these elements, as you're going internally with your decision, as pulled up by that Page of Swords, those judgments, as you start looking at how you're judging yourself, stop judging yourself, start being gentle with yourself, because the Page of Swords represents the opportunity to cut away a lot of things. The Page of Wands represents the new opportunity to cut away so you can actually start going further. The things that are holding you back and the things that are making you question yourself, am I in the right space? Am I in the right time? The answer is yes. It's always going to be yes. You're in the right position, but now instead of that judgment, now that you're judging, you're trying to weigh it out. This is the opportunity that you need through the Page of Wands that illustrates it. The Page of Wands simply illustrates that it's the opportunity to really look at those things. It's the real opportunity to really start listening. What conversation are you having with yourself is that example. What is the conversation that you're having with yourself? That's always the best thing. It always starts with the conversation that we have with ourselves. That's the Empress designing those, embracing these elements internally of that conversation that we have in ourselves. The decisions that we make, are they for us in our now, or are they for us based on our then? That's always one of the best parts when it comes into the aspect of judgment. Are the decisions that you're making, is this path that you're on, is it based on you now, living in your now, and in understanding your past of how you came to this point, or is it based on the then and you're just trying to replicate that point? By that judgment card coming up, that shows that crossroad. The Page of Swords gives me the aspects and the source of the illustration of it's the opportunity for you to move forward. Everything goes to that reason. And the final card is death, that rebirth, that transition. The path that you are on at this point in time, the elements internally that are phasing, that grounding internal aspect, what you were grounded in, as that death card comes in and illustrates, the grounding in that Empress, everything that you were tethered to, everything that once grounded you is now going to become exposed as tethers. Everything that fed you based on that space for yourself with the abundance of the water, the element of water, that cleansing, everything that was in that space is now, if you stay there, it's basically going to be like a drought. You're feeling that drowning effect. Like, if I make this move, then it's going to change everything that I ever wanted to do, or it's going to be changing everything's supposed to change. Embrace the death. Embrace the transition. You're in the position that you need to be in, because without you being in this position, this wouldn't even come up. This wouldn't even come up. If you were not in the position that you needed to be in, this wouldn't even come up. This lets you know that you're entering the cycle. You're at the end of the cycle, and now it's the transitioning period. That Page of Wands illustrates the new opportunity based in that transition and embracing this transition. It's the end of judgment. Stop judging yourself. Stop judging yourself, or start thinking like, but every time that I go forward, because every time that you go forward and you start really internalizing and you made the decision to move forward in your career, you made that decision to go forward in relationships and everything that surrounds you in that space, you made that decision for the transition. Without those aspects happening, without you really being in this space, without you challenging that conversation with yourself, without you being raw in your authenticity, you ain't gonna be able to transition. You're gonna be sitting there like, no, I don't wanna do it. I'm scared. If I do it, then it means this. What does it mean? It's all about how you define it now. Yes, you got to kill that ego and that old self. Everything. And when I tell people about killing their ego, everybody be like, but my ego. Here's the thing about killing your ego. Let me read that real quick. Killing my ego, my old self. Yes, thank you. Killing my ego, old self, I must fully live without purpose. Live out my purpose. I feel that and I stand on that message. Yes, change is my favorite, but I'm ready to embrace the transition. I love it. I love that shit. I love it. Here's the key with your ego. You got a human ego. You have a human ego and you have a spiritual ego. Your spiritual ego is dead. Because as long as you are still in your old space, your spiritual ego remains dead until you bring it to life. This is the switch off point. Your ego is always present, but your ego has a living, just like every deity has a lower and a higher aspect. You got lower and higher aspects. Your spiritual ego is your spiritual stamina. It works for you. It does everything that you tell it to do. It searches and seeks everything that you need to seek. Your spiritual ego is what connects you in channeling, in your powers, in your gifts. That's spiritual stamina. But yes, now we about to do crystal real quick. We're going to do crystal. Then I'm going to answer my brother's question. My brother's question is not really a question. It's really an answer. That's why I haven't read it out loud yet. But I appreciate that love and support on that. You ain't even got to give a little support if you don't want it. Yeah. The lesson resonated with you. Let it resonate. Let it move. Let it move you. How Bobby Hemmings said, yeah. Donate to the lesson. Donate to Yo Girl. Got the cards getting shuffled up real quick. We about to do crystals. I'm feeling a certain aptitude of. I'm feeling a change for. I'm feeling the change in the space for crystal real quick. I'm feeling the change as I'm sitting here going through these cards and I'm fitting these cards real quick. I'm feeling that heavy. I'm feeling that heavy aspect of that. My spirit team is afoot. My spirit team is afoot in hard aspect with it, ready to go. Talking about, yeah, she needs some transition and all that. Whoa, that is hard. One more shuffle off that right there. If you are just now coming in, we are in the question and answer period. If you are returning, we're in the question and answer period. The question does not have to be about the topic of the discussion. Any question that comes to your mind, you can drop into the comments. I'm also doing donation-based reading. That means whatever you feel that you can deliver. This is the best time to get that donation-based reading, to get that base of understanding where I'm at. And that card keep popping up. The card that keep popping up for you right now, Crystal, is crazy because I keep seeing it every time. There it is. First card to be pulled. Page of Wands. If you don't know, then now you are going to know. The pages the pages represent opportunity, and the pentacles represents grounding. Earth. Grounding. Finding yourself. New things to be uncovered. Page of Wands represents that. That's why he got the mask over his face like that. That it represents uncovering. So it's now you're in this uncovering phase. That goes into the aspects of the Ace of Cups. The Ace of Cups illustrates the energy of uncovering. So you're now in this phase of this opportunity to uncover and really look into what you're pouring into your life, what you're allowing to be poured into your life. I'm feeling that as of late, you've been pouring the old aspects into your life, and now you're at a point where it's like, what's filling up your cup, what's filling you, is no longer giving you what you need, or it's no longer able to define your need. The old things that filled your cup or that brought you to a certain space, brought you to this point, it's no longer filling or fulfilling your need. So it's an opportunity to address those needs. Address what you really truly need to yourself. The Magician represents that aspects of that transition, that intelligence. The Magician represents the aspects of our infinite intelligence. There's a difference between intelligence of what we knew. In order to embrace the power of what we are to come into, as we look above his head, he got the infinite symbol, and standing firm on what you know, is now going into this space of the intelligence or the imagination. You're in a space right now, as the example, you're in a space right now, for example, first time coming to a lecture, and everything that you're in right now, your inner child, everything's been awakened. That was their reason to come into this space. In order to embrace this, it's going to take you addressing that cup. What have you been filling? What has been filling your cup up to this point is no longer suitable for the intelligences and the genius that you're about to get into. Remember, genius is simply the wanting to learn, the wanting to do, the wanting to know. Intelligence is you're applying what you're learning and what you're getting to know. That leads into that Ace of Swords. The Ace of Swords is another card of opportunity. Opportunity, addressing, learning, opportunity to move forward. Hey, Miss TMI, you came in. Now you're in a space right now. For example, you hear at a lecture. You hear one of my lectures. This is the opportunity. The Ace of Swords tells us it's a two-edged sword. As you now move forward, as you cut forward, one of the things that stopped you is as you cut forward, you fear it's not a fear aptitude. It's like, I don't want to cut that out yet, or I don't want to cut that out yet. The page is giving you the aspects of what it's time to. The page of Pentacles is telling you that it's time to cut out some things. The page of Pentacles is like, it's time to address what you have been tethered to, based on now it's time to come into that work with yourself. It's really time to start working. It's really time to really start working with yourself in yourself. You've been in this point right now where you've been filling everybody else's cup. You've been filling up this cup. Now it's the opportunity to cut yourself free from those cups. You're in a position right now where you're like, man, but if I cut this out, what does that mean for me now? It's time to cut these things out. It's time to cut these things away. That final card, which leads further to that, the Nine of Pentacles, the cycle of nurturing, the cycle of keeping everybody else grounded while you haven't felt grounded. You haven't been feeling grounded. You haven't felt grounded for a little bit right now. And now it's the end of that cycle for you, and that Nine of Pentacles illustrates it's the end of you feeling this need to keep everybody grounded. I'm feeling compartmentalization as I'm sitting here working with your energy. I'm feeling that. I'm feeling the compartmentalization. Keep this over here, keep this over here, keep this over here, keep this over here. And you develop this organization you develop this routine of organization that's no longer beneficial to you. And I'm feeling the need to pull another card of the Oracle deck. What is the time for you to actually start embracing right now? What is that Oracle? What are the spirits? What is the team telling me to pull for you? We're gonna know right now after I pull this. Dependability, which is a perfect card that goes into this mix. Dependability. This has been heavy on your mind right now. It's been heavy. It's been a heavy aspect, whether you've seen it or you noticed it. It's been heavy on you with that dependability. That fear of this thought process of, if I make this step, if I come into this space, if I challenge my thoughts, if I challenge these thoughts, if I really start experimenting, if I really start dealing with my inner child, if I really start working on my inner child, bringing these things out to that space, then what will I be next? That's up to you. That's up to you. It's now time for you to challenge dependability. You've been independent for a while. Independence ain't shit. I'm gonna let everybody. This is to everybody and to Crystal. Dependability ain't shit. Independence isn't shit. Self-sufficiency is your key. I'm gonna let everybody know that now. Self-sufficiency is your key. Self-sufficiency is the ability to go into any space and feed. When I break down the LLC mentality to people, they automatically think like, oh, you got to own your own business. No, I've talked to people. I've given lessons to people about dependability. About LLC mentality. They still work a 9 to 5, but the ownership mentality allows them to actually. The ownership mentality is your base. So the dependability that you've been into that certain space, you're now in the opportunity to find grounding in ownership. That means owning and start dealing with the things of the inner child. That's going to help you expose the aspects of the emotional channels or the adolescent, and then help you be able to create those new things. It's time to create. It's really time to create, because when this popped up right here, this is all about ending the cycle of how you used to nurture. As you see right there, that's the phoenix sitting over there. That is a golden bird. That is a phoenix before she fired. Yeah. It's time. Yeah, that's where you at right now. What was about to do? Yeah. It's time. And if, for me, in that aspect, like if you are, after this reading, for anybody, I'm going to do a collective reading. But if you are wanting to get deep, you don't know where to start, and oh my God, there's so much going on, and I'm just overwhelmed. Schedule the consultation. We have that little sit down via Zoom, we have that conversation, and we're gonna get into shadow work consultation. Yes, it's your foundation. Your foundation is built on, if your foundation is built on routine, then as you start to really get into yourself, you're going to start what's going to happen is the routines that once kept you moving forward are going to be knocked out of the fucking box. Those routines don't even exist anymore. You're like, but I used to be able to do that every single day. But now it doesn't give me anything. Dark night of the soul. Go back. Crystal, I'm feeling for you. Go look back at my the lecture Dark Night of the Soul. For Andrea, I'm feeling, go back and look at my lecture. Yeah. Whichever one pops out to you, go to that lecture to that. What's your foundation? My foundation based on trauma was based on routines. So I maintained a routine. So like I just followed the path of the routine, the predestination. It was like I really thought that if you 5 years ago, 8 years ago, I really thought that I was going to be a restaurant manager. You couldn't like. There's certain aspects about me right now. Before I do this collective, I think I'm gonna do oracle reading for the collective. I was sitting there in that space, and I was like, I really thought I thought I was going to be a restaurant manager, restaurant owner, or whatever. I wouldn't have had this beard. I wouldn't have had these locks. I wouldn't be doing half of the shit that I'm doing. But since I'm in my authentic self, this is where I'm at. This is my growth. This is where I'm at. Yeah. If you ready, I cannot make you ready. I don't tell people, yo, you need to come do this. I'm not one of them EFI niggas or EFI. I'm not one of them EFI niggas that are gonna come in your shit and be like, I got a message from the oracle. Give me your name so I can go get it. No. When you ready, yeah, I don't want you going through those motions. Like I was just going through motions so many times in my life, and the only thing that gave me a false sense when we go through routines or the motions in our lives, we're dependent, as that with that card, we're dependent on the urges to be fed. So if I'm frustrated, that means I need to go get something off real quick. It's time to get past that. Break that fucking ceiling. Now, what? Let me go to my brother question real quick. My brother just said, "Why do you feel like people believe themselves when they say I don't know about something? It's almost bothers me to hear someone say I don't know, and later they say what they knew. It's all, bro. That's just confidence. That's their confidence level. It's like it's a confidence. It's everything is going to be based on your spiritual stamina or your confidence. So, like for me, I'll use an example. For me, I remember when I first came into my awareness. When I first came into my consciousness and my awareness, I was like so dead set. It was like the beginning of like saying fuck religion. It was like fuck religion. And I remember I had this when I was working at my second to last restaurant. And I remember sitting there in that space and I was like, yeah, if anybody come up to me talking about religion, I'm about to hit him with these facts that I just learned and whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. The way our truck was set up, it was me and the truck driver. The truck driver would drop the stuff off of the truck and then we would drop the joint off and then I would put it away. He came in, I was like ready because he was like Christian like. He was the Christian. And he was like, he explained what Jesus did for him. And I couldn't say anything. I was like froze. I was ready to knock this nigga off his head and be like, nah, because niggas is just Jesus is a lie and all this. But then when he said what he said, he like, man, I was wild as hell. And Jesus calmed me down. Like me finding the Lord calmed me down. And in that moment for myself, I was like, it's so easy for me to not be authentic with myself and then start dropping off shit to him. But then it was like he learned his lesson or message through that. Through him, that's his authenticity. I can't judge another nigga's authenticity where they at. He was confident in himself into that. When motherfuckers get mad about and then they come back and they re-say it, it's like they're waiting for we're used to social cues. For a lot of people, it's like they wait on social cues. So it's like if they don't hear somebody say something to them or they don't hear a certain word or a certain trigger word, that buzzword, then they can't answer. They're like, I don't know what to say next. Because they're used to social cues. They're used to something. They're used to that cue to invest or bring their energy into that space. and it can destroy the shit out. It will fuck your head up because you be sitting there like, man, you knew what the fuck you needed to do. Why didn't you do it? And then that exposes it, and you was like, yeah, it'll bother you, but then it bothers you, but then you like, you know what? What am I not applying to? Is this me or is this them? Like, this is when you really look at yourself like, what am I not applying to myself right now that this is if this is coming out and this hitting me and I'm like, nigga, this shit really kind of making me upset. And you start looking at things differently, like, that's really bothering me right now. Maybe I need to really, what am I not doing? There's something that I'm not doing. Maybe I need to go back and look at some shit. Yeah, exactly. Use it to make you check yourself. Like, that's the exact point. Like, use it to be like, you know what? I need to really look into myself real quick because before, like, this was not the space that I was in. Maybe I really need to have this conversation with myself. Maybe it's time for me to have a conversation with myself. Maybe I need to sit down and sit with myself. And then I guarantee once you go look at yourself in the mirror and like you had that conversation, like, nigga, we know what we need to be doing. We ain't doing it. That's why these motherfuckers are coming up in our space. They don't know what the fuck they saying they need to do, but then they come back and say they know what they need to do. Maybe we need to check on what we ain't doing, what we need to do. That one-on-one with yourself. What was I about to say here? And now, you still can get a reading. Just drop into the Cash App. It's donation. Show that love. You if you don't need it, it don't even need to be for a reading. If the lesson resonated with you and it made you, it gave you that new thought process, you still can do that donation to that aspect. Yeah, that shit will fuck you up because the conversation we don't have with ourselves, I noticed that for myself. Like, I tried to have that conversation with other people before I had it with myself, and myself got fucked up. Because they're picking up on the energy within the space. Their job is to be a conduit or a catalyst to you. That's their only job, which leads into the expectation, which the lines up right there with, bruh, expectation. We have this expectancy with ourselves to be a certain way or to see things a certain way, or we need things to be a certain way in order for us to move. The only example that you need, the sign that you need, the example, the sign, the example, where you need to be at, where you're going to go, the position that you're in, that's your sign. If you have the thought that you have is your sign. So if I sit here right now, I'll give an example. If I have the thought, if I have any form of thought in my mind, that's my sign. From that sign, in me learning me, for my example, I'll go back 5 years ago. When I had a thought for myself, I would sit there in the aspects of an expectation, this false sense of expectation, like I had the thought, now I need the sign to make the move to go forward. The thought was the sign. The thought that I had was my sign. Oh, we got another reading. Wait. I'll open up my phone. Heard that though. I love it. I love it. I love it. Loving this energy, loving that vibe to that. Appreciate the donations for the love for the lesson to the aspect. Also share, subscribe. What was I about to say? But yeah, that expectation, that'll fuck your ass up every single time. This expectation shit will fuck you up every single time. Expectation will fuck you up every single time. Stop using expectations to form your alliances. That's the message. Stop using expectations to form your alliances. That's that because factor. That means when you're sitting there inside of your space and you're expecting a certain aspect to happen in your life, or something, you're expecting something to happen, and now you want to align your alliance. Your alliance is only based on expectation. So you're sitting there using that. I'll give you an example. I read a post today that somebody posted. And they were talking about the ways to become your true self. And the first line on it was like a raw vegan diet. That's not my expectation anymore. No problem. That's not my expectation anymore. This is not me. It was like, okay, cool. Where you're at now, that's the point where you need to be at to challenge expectations. These false expectations or these false routines that you want to maintain, that ain't where it's at. That's going to fuck your head up every single time. You got an expectation that here's the key to expectations. Based on how you align, the alliancing of your thoughts. If you got the expectation to, let's say, for example, lose 90 pounds. Okay. My alliance to this expectation to make it an acceptance, I have to turn my expectations into acceptance first before I must acknowledge the expectation and accept that I must turn this expectation into acceptance. I must accept the factors that are aligned to my thought. This is honoring your thought. Now that I do this, I got to look at my specialization or what I specialize in. My expectations of where I used to be, that 90 pounds I want to lose, where did that 90 pounds come from? Remember, everything outside of you is a byproduct. It's a physical manifestation. So if you want to lose 90 pounds, it's not the food that you're eating. I used to talk about this as a personal trainer. It's not the food that you're eating that made you gain 90 pounds. Because the food is only in physical manifestation. Dr. Layla Africa, Baba Dr. Layla Africa broke that down. You only eat with emotion. So the food is the emotion. So now I have to understand the specialization of the emotions that created those foods that I ate, that were subsequently the physical manifestation of the emotions that I was eating. I was only eating based on emotion. That's the difference between somebody with no discipline eating McDonald's every day and somebody with discipline eating a plant-based diet every day. There's the only difference is it's still a routine. Why am I eating this compared to that? What did that food represent? When did I eat it? How did I eat it? The why did I eat it? The hows and the whys. Changing my thought process. That's my specialization. That's going to help me in my formation. That's going to help me in that's going to help me in the new formula I'm about to create. So the reason that I ate that food so heavy was when I was sad or when I felt a certain type of way. I needed to fill a space inside of myself that I haven't defined yet. Now I have to reformulate my mind, being gentle with myself, in the acknowledgement, in the acceptance, in order for me to change my expectations into my acceptance. I've accepted that I've eaten food this way. I've accepted that I've allowed this into my life this many times. I've accepted that this alliance was based on my trauma. My specialization was that trauma bond. Now I'm changing my formation, so now all of that has to be questioned. And that's going to lead you into those fragments. You cannot change the formation. You can't change the formations in your life until you address the fragments. The fragments are those, remember we talked about those puzzle pieces earlier on. Those puzzle pieces inside of your life, they had to be broken down first. When that tower falls apart, it falls into the compartments based on the energy that was used to conjure it. How did you put it together? How did you build up your life? How did you build this entire identity? Was the identity that you built based on your mother? Was the identity that you built based on your father or lack thereof or whatever it may be? What was it built on? That's what we're going to get into. And I'm going to pull one more card because I'm feeling like pulling one more card. It's time to bring, that's what's going to bring you into that center. That's what's going to bring you into that center. This is a cut the cord reading. What are you learning? Remember, everything outside of us is simply a byproduct or a physical manifestation of something that's going on within us. So if I see conflict, if I'm triggered by conflict, that means outside of me, that means internally I have a conflict that I need to address. That means the basis of the conflict externally is going to be the correspondence to understanding the basis of the conflict internally. So use an example. I use the example to rewrite narratives. So if you, let's say, for example, you were molested when you were little. You were molested by your father, you were molested by your mother, aunt, whatever it may be. If you were molested by a relative, aunt, uncle, mother, father, you are always going to be in constant internal, external conflict whenever you see something where you see a young, like let's say it was the aspect of a female relative did it or a female did it to you in an aspect, you're always going to be triggered by narratives that are built around the feminine aspect of the shaming of the feminine aspect. Those are going to be your triggers. We have to understand we have to analyze what these triggers are and what they mean to you. Not what they mean to the whole public, but to you. Once we understand that with you, it's going to change the narrative of how you move yourself inside of your space. Because now you're not going to be, we get stuck in this collective aspect or this unity aspect, but we have to first come into this space of separation with ourselves. You are an example. I am an example. You are an example. We are examples. We all have different examples. How we connect versus how we attach. If we all came into this space and we attached based on an emotional attachment, the conversation would be different. I'm coming from a space of connection and transformation. Therefore, when you come into this space, it's going to show you those attachments. When you come to the healing space with me, I'm teaching you connection. I'm only coming from connection. No bias, no judgment. I use discernment. I have compassion. Compassion makes me an asshole. Because what do I care about your feelings? I don't want you to feel good. I want you to get better. But yeah, I want you to be the fucking best. I want you to be the best. Yeah. It changes everything. Like once you start, your mindset has to go from, as I said earlier, the what and when or the history. The history represents past. What was your history? Every time you get triggered by something based on his story, it's his story, it's his story. and it triggers you, it's only showing you something about your past. You ain't living in the now. You triggered by the past, you ain't living in the now. You anxious for the future, you ain't living in the now. Only thing that exists, only thing that you live in is in the now. How do you represent and how do you learn from this now? That's your transparency. That's your stamina. That's you destroying the fail-safes. Black people's fail-safe is white people are the devil. Black people's fail-safe is we can't get ahead. We can't build businesses. We can't do any of these things because the white man gonna be in our way. That's the collective black people fail-safe. Once I disconnected from that fail-safe and realized what it meant for me, it changed everything. I couldn't be sitting here right now doing what I do if I was still stuck in those old fail-safes. Couldn't do it. I could try, but it wouldn't work. Throw chakra on 10. What was I about to say? Yeah. But yes, if you are ready, matter of fact, I can put a number in there now. Hit the number 910. I like saying it better than do. Oh shit! What the fuck did I just do? Okay, I thought I broke some shit. I be breaking things all the time. 777-7708. I put the number up there. You follow me on Facebook, hit me in the inbox, and we can set up that time and the date. Set up the time and the date for your setting up a consultation. We can get your work started. Hit me at the number, text me. Text first, because I don't answer. I'm not, just like most of us, we don't answer phone calls. We don't know the number. See me hit that text first, and we can start getting you built. I want you to be the fucking best. I want you to gain. Transparency is your key. Transparency is only given through vulnerability. Transparency is only given to you through openness. Spiritual stamina is only built through transparency. The path of the heart destroys all fail-safes. That means there's no going back. So if you're ready, that means you know there's no going back. I've said this before I've said this before. I know there's no going back for me. So since I know that there's no going back for me, I'm full speed ahead. But here's one thing that I'm gonna close it out on this in your space. There's a difference between doing what you want and doing what you can. There's a difference between doing what you want and doing what you can. Doing what you can maintains a routine. It means you wake up. That means you wake up, you do what you need to do, and you come back to the house. You only doing what you can. You only do what you can based on what's invested in, based on being in a liability mindset. Doing what you want requires discipline. Doing what you want requires discipline. There's nobody to tell me to wake up at 5 a.m. 4:30. I say 4:30. There's no one to tell me to wake up at 4:30 a.m. I got to give myself that reason. That's doing what I want. That takes discipline. There's nothing that tells me to wake up at 4:30. There's nothing that tells me, there's nothing in the lower self of myself that tells me to every Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to drop a lecture. There's nothing that tells me there's nothing in the lower aspects that tells me or that drives me to do every Monday, finish up and finalize the podcast to drop at 6 a.m. every Tuesday. There's nothing. That's self-motivation. That's honoring my thoughts in the highest aspect. That's releasing myself from all aspects and allowing Lil Carlos to sit in that room with whatever download comes through and put that shit together. There's nothing that gives me that purpose. When you are in that ownership mentality, the LLC mentality, y'all stay tuned because the subscription, the LLC mentality, the Occult Alchemy, we coming up soon. The first retreat's coming up soon. A lot of shit's coming up on that page. If you've not tuned in to the God Hour podcast, new episodes every Tuesday, 6 a.m. on every other on every channel. It's all over my page, all over my pages. I want you to be the best. In order to become the best, you got to release yourself from all these biases. Stop looking at it based on right and wrong and good and bad, and start looking at positive and negative. If it's positive, it can serve you. Half of the shit that you just listen to tonight is negative to the old paradigm. I kissed the old paradigm on the cheek. That's my Scorpio rising. I'm Judas to the old paradigm. I've accepted my role. I'm Judas to the old paradigm. My rising is Scorpio. Judas. Kiss Jesus on the cheek. I kissed the old paradigm on the cheek. I send it away. I no longer live in the old paradigm of myself. I'm in the new. I'm building. Be the fucking best. Be the best. Challenge. Liability makes you push the ceiling and acknowledge. Liability makes you acknowledge that there's a ceiling there. You becoming an asset helps you break through that ceiling. Stop feeding off the mold trucking shards. You deserve better. You got to define that script. Define that script. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This Sunday, there will be a Papa Lucy Sunday service. Y'all stay tuned for that. That's a Facebook Live exclusive. This Sunday, there will be a Papa Lucy Sunday service. Might be a little bit later. Might be a little bit early. I don't know yet. It might be live. I don't know. But there will be some form of an audience. There'll be something. We'll do something. Be the fucking best. And if you are interested within other services, shadow work consultation, let me close it out with that. Shadow work consultation, deeper intel readings, past life services, products, Gotta Go Alchemist, hit me in the inbox. Hit the number so we can get that started. Be the fucking best. Be fucking great. Ain't no other, there's nothing else but to be fucking great. Live in discomfort. That honors the highest aspects of your thought. I love you. You love us. Ashe.